Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Hey, hey.
Welcome to the 42nd running of the BOLDERBoulder. My name is Alan Culpepper, and I'm joined by longtime BOLDERBoulder what would you be called?
I guess analyst. I just supported Frank for all this time.
Everything. Well, this is Tim Cronin. I'm happy to be here with this morning, Tim. So we're just about a minute away or so from the start of the push rim division, which is historically is the fastest of the group, and so this is going to be a big quick start to the day, and we have a lot of festivities in front of us for the rest of the day, but we're excited to be here to be calling this race for you all.
And usually this would be Frank Shorter standing with Alan. Frank is the official starter today, so he'll be shooting off his starting pistol 84 times, and then he'll join Alan for the calling of the on the professional races a little bit later today. But as Alan said, we look for a really fast race here. Alan, I think you have some information about the wheelchair racers themselves.
Yeah, we do. We have a whole collection of athletes, some that have been previous winners, others that are new to the event. And, you know, we were talking to some of them yesterday at the press conference, and here we go. The start has begun. So we are underway for the 42nd BOLDERBoulder. This is going to be an exciting day. This is a long time coming, Tim. You know, we wouldn't have thought that back in 2019 that it was going to be a 2-year hiatus, but here we go, and we're excited, and we're really, really proud of all the work that's gone in to get this race back going again, and no small feat to be back here again.
No, and it's huge. And the race crew, the BOLDERBoulder team has done an incredible job. They did in 3 months what normally it takes 12 months to do to get ready for this, because they didn't get the go sign from the city until very recently. And so it's one of those situations where we are really happy to be back. One of the things in this race with the wheelchairs, the push rims, they're called both, is that we've got, as Alan said, we've got some past winners, and sometimes on this course they'll be getting speeds on the downhills up to 20 or 25 miles an hour. In the past, they haven't been able to draft, and that rule on an international basis has changed in the last 2 years. So drafting is legal. As you watch this race come through, you can see that they're going to let the stronger guy out front, and on a cool day like this, they're going to let him do the work.
Absolutely.
Is this a big? So is that a big change? How does that work for them, Alan?
Yeah, that is a significant change. Just like in the world of professional cycling, drafting is such a huge component of of your aerodynamics and how much faster you can perform, but also just how much less work you're doing when you're behind that individual. So, you know, there's a component of drafting for sure when we're talking about the athletes that are running, and Frank and I will address that later. There's certainly an advantage to not having to lead in terms of how much output you're putting forth, but that is significantly you know, multiple times over when we're talking about in these types of wheeled events. So our first participants are making that first turn. You can see they start looking around. There's going to be some more tactics, I would imagine, in this push ram division because of that, knowing that if you're out front, you're really taking so much more of the brunt of that wind. We do have a bit of a breeze this morning. It looks like it's calmed down a little bit. The temperatures are ideal for racing. You know, our spectators that are in the stadium right now are probably a little chilly, but that actually is better for our participants. When it's 50 degrees, that's right around exactly what you would want for these athletes when they're working hard out there. And with that breeze, it's going to make a little bit of a difference on the tactics, but we'll just see how it shakes out over the course of this 6.2 mile race.
One of the things you notice in this race is that these guys will wear gloves. A lot of that is to help with the handling of the rim itself. And the other on a day like this is there'll be a slightly different glove, and that glove will be to help keep them warm as well as to keep their hands from getting blistered, because this is a lot of work. As you can see, it's about one push every second until they coast, and then then they get back into it. So it's a lot of work. The guy out front's looking over his shoulder like, a little help here, pal?
Well, we do have a two-person breakaway already, which I saw in the shot there. They have already passed the 1K mark about 50 seconds ago. So they're well into the second K of this race already.
And just so you know, when you look at the Ks, how does that translate? What should people pay attention to? We all know that a 5K would be about 3 miles, but 2K, you know, you're really talking about 1.2 miles about. So is there a multiple that the fans can listen to, or they can know what's a quick way to get from Ks to miles?
Yeah, you know, here in America, we really screwed that up for everybody when we're trying to do miles and Ks, and it's a 10K race, but it's a 6.2 mile race at the same time. So Ks really, you know, in the international scene is what everybody goes by. So that's actually makes it a lot easier to follow that. It's just 6 of those or 10 of those rather, and you're easily to break it up and pace yourself a little bit more consistently. And here we go. Here's a shot of the A wave. So this is just about to get underway. So these will be our top competitors in the A wave, many of which are at the elite level themselves. We've had former champions that are now competing in the elite division today. We've have some individuals that are competing in the A wave today that have competed for in the elite pro race at the previous Boulder Boulders. So this is these are high quality runners that have trained specifically for this event, and they're underway.
And we know in this group we have Ian Butler, who has run the elite race himself, and he has chosen to be in this race. And so we'll see how he does. We'll keep an eye on that as we get a little closer. So what would be the tactic if you're a citizen runner? And these guys are fairly elite by themselves. They're just elite on a regional basis.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it just kind of depends on the day. It depends on the athletes around you. Some like to go right to the front, and they're going to run their own race, not worry about those so much around them, because they're just running for the pace and the time that they know they can run under these conditions based on the training that they've been doing coming in. Others are going to be much more tactical and are just going to key off the athletes around them and use that as
48,
their
49, 50, 51, 52.
Got it, sorry. Here we go. So we'll, as we get further along, we'll be able to get a better idea of bib numbers and who these individuals are and pass that along so that we can have a better idea of who they are coming into the stadium. I do see some familiar faces in there, some of which, well, I see Ian Butler right there off to the left-hand side of your screen. And I see other actually athletes that were Colorado high school athletes that have now moved on to the college ranks and competing for their respective colleges, but then use this as kind of an end of the season culmination for their collegiate season. So we get a mixture of everybody in this citizens race, which is great to see.
And these guys will run tactically as well. I know Ian Butler thinks he understands the course, and he has actually been a winner at the Fortitude race in Fort Collins, which happens a little later this year. But if we, as we look at this, we'll start getting some numbers, and we'll start filling in who some of these runners are. And Alan, if you were in the race, what would you be doing?
Well, I was, you know, at altitude, I didn't mind setting my own tempo. Having trained at altitude, it was more familiar for me to have a really good instinct for the pace that I should be running. However, it's a race, and so I was always one to really key off those around me, and didn't mind waiting till later in the race to make a significant move, or to wait till the final kick. So for me, I would have been much more strategic, put myself in the middle of that lead pack in third or fourth, and kind of keyed off of those around me. But everybody's a little bit different. Some, like, they actually feel better being up in front, even though they are setting the pace, and even though they are taking more of the brunt of the elements, in this case today, the slight breeze, they still feel more comfortable setting the tone.
So we're going to cut to the wheelchair race. As you can see, as Alan described it earlier, it's a two-person breakaway. It looks like they have changed the lead, that these two have just done this, and they're coming right up on the 3K mark. So that's just under 2 miles, 1.8 miles approximately coming in here. They've just gone by that, but these two are way out in front. And here we are at 1K, Alan. So if you were trying to divide this race up, would you try to do it in Ks, or do you think in terms of miles when you raced?
Yeah, just for me, from a training standpoint, it was always based on miles. I would be surprised if these athletes were too concerned about the Ks. I bet they're thinking more in the miles. That's what their watches are set up for. So when they cross that mile, they're going to know about what pace that they're targeting for the entire event, knowing that there's a slower mile around 4 mile for that Casey Hill. But they can often make up for that as they roll down towards Pearl Street and make that turn back onto Folsom. So it's, you know, miles is really going to be more so what they're basing their pacing off of.
So as they come through the Citizens, they're just past mile 2, and you can see how quickly these guys are going. The actual running guys just came through 2K, and they're already at 2 miles. So it's a significantly faster course, about double the time as they get through this. And they try to maintain an aerodynamic position as they come through. You can see no one sits up because you don't want your body to create that airfoil and slow you down, especially when you're going uphill. Some of these turns are going to have to reach over them and help pull the front wheel around. And as they do that, it does slow them down. So you have to have significant number of pushes. Now, a turn on an uphill, it's probably not their favorite thing to do, eh?
That's true. And we see that they're back in the neighborhood section of the race, so that's down in that Columbine neighborhood. And back to our A-wave runners. We'll get some names here. They're just passing that 1 mile mark, right about 5:05. So 5 minutes for that, 5 minutes and 5 seconds for that first mile coming through, which is a nice solid tempo, very much within themselves, but also a very, I would call it an honest pace for our A-wave participants.
So one of the things we have here is the ability for us to try to access some numbers right now. So we know that we have A309 up front, and we can tell you that that's 409 up front. So that's that, and we'll see. Hopefully, we'll see 309 soon. We will have a difficult time getting that. We have Keegan Geldane from Erie is currently the Citizens winner. We have number 486, and we'll get some of these other numbers as we do this. And that it's actually even on the entry it says unknown runner, but he has a number and he's in the first wave here. So then we've got number 411, and 411 is Brock Dakima from Longmont. Brock Dakima, and we won't have a lot of information about these guys because they're just not a lot of biographical information available. The one thing we will be watching for later is to try to get that first woman. It's a little trickier to do. In order for us to see that, we have number also 087 up there is Graham Tuli Gatos from Lakewood. And again, what we're looking at really is how they're racing as opposed to on the pro race. We'll have a little more information about who they have raced and how they have done that. And then number 408, we've got Craig Curley.
As you mentioned, Brock Dekima, he was one of those I mentioned that was a local high school standout. So he went to Silver Creek High School and now competes for CSU up on their cross country and track and field program. So that's one of those that's nice to see them come back and run this Citizens race and end up their season with a hard 10K up at altitude. But again, altitude trained and used to these types of conditions of how they would feel racing at this elevation.
So what's the significant thing about this elevation, as you say that? What would you be leery of? Would it be getting into dead a little early? Would it be how do you recover? What would your strategy be, or what would you tell these guys to look for?
Yeah, that's a good point, Tim. Racing at altitude is definitely different in that your margin for error is much less, I think is the best way to put it. So you cannot just say, I'm just going to go for it and just see what happens. That really doesn't work at this elevation. You have to be much more in tune with how you're feeling and with that fine line of not going like into the red is what we just would describe it, where you're just really pushing that next level, because you can't just slow down and recover the same way you would at sea level and be able to just absorb more oxygen, recover and let your body regroup, and then you could push again. At elevation, that is just much, much more challenging. So you just have to be right on that fine line of knowing that you're working hard, but you're not over the edge.
And here we come up to the wheelchairs. They just have passed mile 3, as you can see on the screen itself there. And these guys have come through there at about 13 minutes, a little over 13 minutes. So you're figuring that they're just slightly over 4 minutes a mile. That's more like bicycle pace.
It is, and that's their 5K mark right behind them that we just saw on the screen. So they're past halfway. They're coming down that Casey Hill. So now they're actually they're on 20th Street. So now they're about to make a right-hand turn. So this is the more tactical part of the race, where there's a few more turns, and they'll go through a few roundabouts before they make their way over towards Ideal Market and Casey Middle School, which is the big hill towards the 4-mile mark.
You saw there on the screen that the pusher in the orange helmet was trying to get the other guy to come through. He's waving him through like, dude, come on, do some work.
Yeah, that's right. That's common for them to, when they know they've broken away and it's a 2-person race, to say, hey, let's help each other and keep this moving along, but also knowing that, hey, I don't want to be the only one doing all the work. At some point, that'll go away, and then the tactics will be purely based on really when they want to make their final move. Back over to that A-wave, that's A232. That is Andy Wacker from Boulder, and he's setting a good tone there, obviously right in the main pack. We'll grab some more numbers here, A345.
And they were just over their shoulders. You can see the 3K mark, so they're just under 2 miles here. So this pace is they're running really pretty well. The A-wave pace, they're a little over 5 minutes a mile through this part of the course. On our screen here in the stadium, we can see the wheelchairs are at 15 minutes and the A-wave is at 10 minutes. So we've got some other runners in the A-wave. We've got 232. Who actually has gone to the front there and into that front pack. Andy he's run enough races up here that I think he looks at it and says, well, what's my best chance to win? Here's what I have to do. So Alan, if you're his coach or on the side, are you feeling like, okay, that was a good move, or are you going like, maybe you want to get some help up
Well,
here?
he has a little bit of separation, which says to me that he is feeling good. He's actually broken up that lead pack ever so slightly. It doesn't look like much on camera, but when you're out there, 1 or 2 steps can actually feel like a difference. And so you never know how they're feeling at this point. They're still early in the race. But there is a bit of a lead pack that has broken away from everybody else. Since now into the front is Maximiliano Martinez, joining us from Colorado Springs. So, slightly coming down in elevation, which again doesn't seem like a significant margin. But when you're coming down 1,000 feet, that can actually make a difference at this elevation.
Does it make a difference in the racing, or does it make a difference in the recovery? How would you assess that?
Yeah, I think a little bit of both. There is an element where he's just, again, used to these types of conditions for how he's training, and so he's not going to be a shock to the system as if he were coming from sea level. But when you drop down in elevation, you actually can feel a little bit stronger because you're just used to working harder at that higher elevation.
And Alan, as we came through here, we're a little over 2 miles, and we know that at 4 miles we've got the only really significant hill in the course, which is at Casey Junior High. So if you're racing, do you want to be in a position to go up the hill in a strong position so you can recover down, or how do you want to go into this next 2 miles? How do you, if you segment this race into 2 miles, 4 miles, 6 miles?
Yeah, that section is where you got to be very careful. We've seen athletes where they've gone really hard during that section and tried to make a significant move, and then that cost them later. And so I would say they have to be a bit more careful. And here we go back to the push rim division. The wheelchairs coming down that Casey Hill.
Casey Hill, exactly. And they're going to make a hard left turn here, so that you can see that they're setting up for that by going out to the center of the street, so they don't have to slow down to make that turn. If they're closer, you're going to have a significant turn instead of trying to glide around that curve.
Yeah, you definitely see the push rim athletes using more of those tangents because they're going to not lose as much momentum. And in running, you don't see it quite as much. They will run the tangents a little bit more so, but when we're talking about the push rim, they're definitely going to be making that arc and that turn as efficiently as they possibly can.
And then we're going to come back to this A wave, and we know that Curtis Weisberger from Thornton, number 138, is in this group, and the first group is numbers 345, 232, 087, 138. So there's nobody really who's decided this. This is any one of these 10 guys could win this race at this point. No one's made a decisive move. But when you look at the course at 13 minutes, you know you're a little over. You're not quite at halfway, so you're really still trying to control your emotions and control where you want to go. Like Alan described the Casey Junior High Hill. You don't want to have to leave your race before that.
No, exactly. And we have seen Ian Butler make his way to the front of that pack. So I think he's probably feeling a bit anxious to start pushing that pace. He's on 31:15 pace, which is fairly conservative. And so we'll see how that begins to shake out over these next few miles. Back to our push rim, they've passed 7K, 3K to go. So now they're making their way down there by Pearl Street in downtown. They'll bump over to Walnut and then make their way onto Folsom, which is that final stretch back as they make their way to the stadium.
And the guy he was talking about, you'll see the number 468. That's Ian Butler, and Ian has won. He's won the Fortitude. He has been a member on the USA Elite team here, so he knows this course and he knows how to race. I think if I was in the race, I'd be watching to see what he did.
Yeah, and you can see he's asserted himself a little bit more. So he's not the most fluid runner. So don't be deceived by how hard it looks like he's working. He always has a bit of that. That's just his natural mechanics,
Yep.
And there's only so much you can do in terms of changing your natural mechanics. But he gets the job done and has proven that over and over. And he's run a successful marathon at the marathon distance as well. So he's shown some versatility as well.
One of the things about him, if you look at his from the knees down, you can see his right leg does sort of an outside in move, but it's the rest of it that looks good. So if you're just looking at him from the knees up, he does run pretty well. He doesn't waste a lot of motion. It's kind of, as Alan said, it's a little bit deceiving because we're used to seeing somebody who is really smooth. The guy who's been in here, 087, A087, is Graham Tui Gatos from Lakewood. We don't know much about him, but he's been consistent. The only thing I would notice is that his chin has moved up about an inch, and that's never a good sign.
Okay, nice to pick on that pick up that small little thing. That's someone who's been an analyst for a long time just to notice these little cues. Max Martinez, I notice he has a Colorado State singlet on, so he could be very well another one of those participants. And look at Ian Butler just really starting to open it up here right at the 5K mark, where he's decided he's going to let himself open it up and see what happens with that lead pack and see who responds.
And this would be the right time to do it because now you've got halfway. You're going to look around, you're going to see a move, and you can see we have numbers 3, 4, 5 who has responded to that move, and that's the Maximiliano Martinez that Alan talked about a little earlier. He knows what he's doing as well. You know, he's a good racer. He's raced up here, and I think what Ian Butler did was to see who came to race and who came to run.
That's Curtis Weissenberger, as you mentioned, who's still in that lead pack with the what looks like that Colorado jersey. And back to our pusher, well, now we have a breakaway. So now this is really on now. They're on Walnut. They're going to make that right-hand turn onto Folsom, and they're within the last 2K of the race. And so we have seen the breakaway happen in that push rim division. We apologize, folks. We're not able to see those bib numbers, so that's what makes it, right? Their numbers are on the back, and so it makes it a lot more challenging to let you know who's who. And with their helmets and glasses and everything, it makes it much more challenging. So we apologize we don't have more information on who's racing out there, but nonetheless, it's a great race, and it's fun to see them making this final push towards the stadium.
And we did have one new person in the citizens race, number 047, William Rosam, R-O-W-S-A-M, Rosam, who's from Lafayette, has kind of moved up and is hanging in there. So now the group has regrouped. We saw Craig make a move, Ian make a move, and everybody seems to have responded to those moves, and that group is back together. So when we look at this, and we talked earlier about number 347, or sorry, 345. One of the things you look at him, and that Maximiliano. He seems to want to take control of this. He's obviously more comfortable out front. And Alan, as you know, you're a college coach. Some guys are just more comfortable out there.
They are, and I would imagine he's just coming off of his college season where he ran some 10Ks recently at his conference meet, and so he's obviously in very good shape to be able to handle this type of pacing. And the fact that he's held on this long shows that he's in good fitness, combined with the fact that he's willing to go to the front and actually continue to set that tone and set that pace on that 31:15 type of range at this elevation. You can take off about anywhere from 50 to 60 seconds if they were to drop to sea level and convert that time to a sea level time.
So when you look at this is a significant race in your resume as well. To be able to say you won here was going to help get you into some races around the country, because this race has such a reputation.
Absolutely. And back to our push rim number 5. There we go. So now we're getting a good sense. That's Tyler Byers. He is our current leader in the orange helmet. Tyler Byers, number 5. He's on Folsom. He's getting very close to the stadium. We'll be able to get an exact timing of when he comes into that stadium as we welcome him to Folsom Field, the first participant that we will welcome among some 35,000 throughout the day.
So he's just about to turn onto Stadium Drive, and this is the sad news. You've had a long stretch here, and this is not an easy stretch to finish a race where you're pushing uphill.
Not at all, especially pushing on that push rim. That's the most challenging part. He'll be making his way into the stadium just momentarily. Back to our citizens race. Max, I'm going to call him Max Martinez. I'm not sure if that's what he goes by, but we're going to call him Max Martinez.
And Ian Butler.
And Ian Butler is right in there, and we will get that other name for our third individual who's hanging in that that 4-person pack. That looks like Curtis Weissenberger is the other in the Colorado jersey. It looks like a Colorado flag for his singlet.
So this group has really whittled itself down. I think Curtis Weissenberger, he's 138. He has been right at the front the whole time, and actually this whole group of 5, they've been up there together. They've been running together, and now they're trying to feel each other out to see who else is going to try to push this pace.
Yeah, and I like how Weissenberger has positioned himself. He hasn't done any of the work, and yet he's stayed right with that lead pack the whole time. Hasn't let any gaps form. Passing that 4-mile mark, going up to Casey Hill, and here we go. We have Tyler Byers coming into the stadium, your push rim champion. Let's welcome him home.
This is a great event for him to win. Congratulations. He led early. He helped trade off, and at about 5 miles, he just broke away. Coming down Casey Hill, he just made a significant move, and the race was his.
Your 2022 champion, Tyler Byers.
Great job. That was great work. Coming in second, this is these guys worked really hard together early on. It was not a simple race for them, and this is not an easy course. This is not an easy course.
It is not.
And as he makes the turn, we notice his number is not visible to us. He must have put a shirt on over what he had before because of the cold weather. Yep, well, not helpful, not helpful. Ian Butler has moved back to the front. I know he wants to win. I know he loves coming here. He lives in Boulder. He wants to win this race. So at this point, he's going to try to push. He's got to get this down to 1 or 2 people and not have a group of 6.
Yes, that's for sure. And he's definitely pushing. You can tell that he's done this now several times where he'll push and then looks back to see who wants to come with him and then motioning. Ian's no stranger to doing unique tactics. At the Chicago Marathon recently, he was left where he was out in front of a group where he was kind of left in what we would call no man's land, where he was running by himself. Instead of just slowing down and letting the group behind him catch him and feed back into that group, he actually stopped and turned around and ran backwards for a short period of time to get into that group behind him, which was such a unique. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
I don't think if I did that, I could get going again. Exactly. I think I'd be done.
Yeah, so Ian is his own character, and he will do his own thing. Number 2 here, this looks like our first female push rim participant, Kendall Gretsch. Welcome. Congratulations.
So by her winning this, she's unseated Sherry Madsen to take this win. This is Sherry.
There's Sherry coming in. So this is a 6-time champion prior, our 2019 champion. This is Sherry Madsen now, who's making that final turn.
And word from the A-Wave is that Curtis Weissenberger has actually started to push the pace as well. So we got a group of 3 who have done a really good job. And Sherry, she's such a wonderful participant in this race, and a great ambassador to the sport of wheelchair push rim. So 138, as you can see, that's Curtis Weissenberger, and he's been near the front of this race the whole time, and he's with Ian and I think it's going to be this group all the way to the finish line, and
exactly.
I wouldn't want 3 guys on the finish line, so somebody's going to have to make a move here to see what happens.
They will, and they're going to make another turn as they come up here to make the turn onto Walnut, which will put them right by the 5-mile mark. So that 3-person group has definitely separated themselves enough. Again, on camera it looks a little deceiving, but it's a significant now breakaway at this point in the race and that far along. Number 9, Matthew Potterfield, coming now into the finish line area.
And these guys, this is hard to do. You know, there's not that many fans out there. It's a race where, you know, if you're here, you're kind of on your own. But as you can see, they're all going to sit and wait for each other. This is a very tight community. Yesterday at lunch, they were all sitting together. They're good friends. They compete once the gun goes off. But this is a very good group of people to get to know.
Absolutely, and as you shared, great ambassadors for the sport. There's your 5-mile mark for our leaders. So just over a mile to go. They're at 25:20, so right in that same kind of 5 minutes a mile range, 5:05 range. And we were going to get our 3rd participant with the colorful shorts.
Brock Dykema. Brock Dykema is...
I want to say Brock is back in that next pack. Let's double check our numbers with the gentleman with the shades on.
So it's 411 is Brock Dykema. 411 is Brock.
Howie Sanborn, congratulations.
Number 10.
Number 10, that's Howie. Howie Sanborn.
Congratulations, Howie. Well done.
And there's Ian with his usual tactics of looking around, being mindful of everyone around him, not kind of settling into his normal rhythm. So that
I think this is his normal rhythm.
Well, there you go.
No rhythm is his normal rhythm.
Yeah, maybe that makes a little more sense.
This has come down to now here. They've just turned on to Folsom. They don't have that far to go. They're well into trying to figure out how they're going to finish this race, and somebody will make one move here. So number 411 is Brock Dykema, and then we know we have Ian Butler, and I think that everybody's form is going to start to falter a little bit here as they get into this last mile. It's just not that easy to race. It has been cool, although no one notices that. So this number 411 is Brock Dykema. Number 345, as we've been discussing throughout the race, is Max Martinez. And then 041 is 041 is
081. Is that what I'm seeing there? Sorry, we apologize, folks. We're looking for 081. Okay, that's what we're going to try and find, our 081, which are not getting information on our database.
It says no participant found.
Right. Well, we wish we could give him a little more props for how well he's running, because he's running a great race down to that three-person crew that's on Folsom now. So they were within the last mile, obviously, and we're going to start to see when they make that final turn. I'm trying to get some landmarks off to the side to see how much further along, but they're at 28 minutes. So
Village Coffee Shop.
Okay, 9K, so 1K to go. So just over, right around over 3 minutes. Just over 3 minutes, we should see them enter into the stadium.
And the Village Coffee Shop has only been serving coffee there since 1972. Same spot, same food. It might be the same coffee filters. An omelet as big as your head when you go in there. But the place is always packed. It is an iconic place in Boulder. So this is really going to be interesting. They're just past Arapahoe, and now they're coming into this stretch where I don't think anybody really wants three people on the stadium floor together.
No, that could be exciting for us, though. So that's Curtis Weissenberger, Ian Butler, and our unknown runner with the black singlet on and the colorful shorts. That is not coming up on our database, but that doesn't mean he's not putting together an amazing race today. And again, I wish we could give him a little bit more props for how well he's doing, but we will do our best to gather that information for you all.
That's, and it is an A, so I don't know. It's sometimes these things happen, but I think Ian's got to make a move. This is his hometown, and he's got to try to do something to break this up. He does not want to get to the stadium floor because sprinting the last 100 yards is not going to be Ian's forte.
No, it's not, and they're going to be close to making that turn onto Stadium Drive any second here, which again, that's right before the 6 mile mark.
I think there you go. Here's a move. I think the guy. I think what you look at here is this gentleman has made a significant move.
He has. There's been the move. So now they're turned on the hill. They're coming up by the Champion Center. So we're at 6 miles right now. So we're going to see them come into the stadium just momentarily. Again, wish we had a better idea of who our champion's going to be in the citizens race, but excited for him nonetheless.
But that was a significant move. He made a decision that he knew when you make a decision late in the race, you know you have to take that decision to the finish line.
That's right. And when you get that close, when you're within a quarter mile, so that 6 miles, 6 to 6.1 is one quarter of a mile, so 1 lap on a track. So he knows now that he can hold that to the finish. He's feeling good. He wouldn't have made that move if he didn't feel like he could push that all the way into the finish line.
And he has.
Here we go. Here's our champion coming around the turn.
This is a great race. Congratulations, a great race. Ian ran a great race here. We've got, and then Craig in second place. This has been a really good race. It's one of our best Boulder citizen finishes.
Just going to be over 31 minutes for the 10K distance. Very solid. Ran very consistent the entire way. Great
effort on a cool day. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of people here to see this because it was a really good race. This was really fun to do. It always feels like, you know, when you're watching a race like this, wow, if I was only in there, what would I be doing? The good news is I'm not in there. The good news is we don't have to think about that.
That's right. It was great weather. I mean, ideal for these athletes. The wind, again, died down just enough to where I don't think it was a factor. And we got to see them really pack up and work together and push hard for the entire race.
That was I like typing things in. It says unknown runner when I find one number. So we've got it just gets more difficult at this point. We saw John Probst, who from Highlands Ranch, who just came in number 118, and now they'll come in pretty quickly. We don't know who the first woman is.
Yeah,
we'll try to find that before we sign off.
We will keep an eye out. She should be coming here within the next minute or so, and we do know that Laura Thweet is racing, so she was 5th at the Olympic trials in the marathon, so we'll get an idea. Jacob White. There we go. We finally got our information. Jacob White was our overall champion in the citizens race. Jacob, congratulations. We apologize we didn't have your bib number on our database, but we were able to get that information and share that all to you also. Congratulations to Jacob.
And the thing about this citizens race is when you're looking at this is 32 minutes. Running 32 minutes at altitude and you know this isn't something you do for a living. It's still really pretty good. 32 minutes is a very respectable time at this altitude on this course.
Absolutely. These guys are still running in the 5:30 pace range per mile, so that's very solid.
It's funny that everybody's going to get a time, and yet you watch all these guys come across the line, and they're all clicking their own watch.
Hey, we got to put it on Strava, you know. So.
That's right, because if it's not on Strava, it didn't happen.
We're just keeping an eye out for our first female in the citizens race.
You know, we had one more of the push rim wheelchair racers just come in. And I know that Strava will be afloat in runners today. There'll be a lot of data out there from the people. And it's, again, of course, it is a good way to keep track of your workouts if you just need a place to have them all.
That's right.
But it turned out to be a beautiful day. It turned out for a great day for racing, a spectacular day to go out and race, and it was fun to do. It was fun to watch this race.
Yeah, when we fast forward a few more hours, the good news is the temperature's not going to go up much for our elite race, which is coming up here just after the 11 o'clock hour, and we'll have our international team challenge on both the men and women's side. So that will be. It's just great for them that it's not going to be 80 degrees later today. It'll still be in the. Oh, there we go. That's Laura Thweet coming and making that final turn. She's going to be your individual champion for the Citizens Wave on the female side. Congratulations to Laura making that final turn right there, heading in.
A great tradition. Nell, who was the first woman some time ago, is only a few years ago, and now has an international career. So great job, Laura.
Just under 35 minutes for her 10K today.
Very solid performance. There looks like the second woman has just come by our camera there. It was too quick for me to get a number. But now the race this will be a steady stream for the next 3 hours. So Claire Benjamin was A309.
Oh, Claire Benjamin, yes. She's one of the coaches up at Fairview High School.
And Nellie Gracie was number 214, who I think was the second woman who came in. Just have another one right there. Another woman, Erin McLaughlin from Boulder, just came in. Whoa. Well, Alan, it was great to do this race with you. It was fun. It was fun. It was a very exciting race. Ian always makes it interesting.
He does, and Jacob White taking the win in the Citizens race right around that 31-minute mark. So it was great to see. It's just great to see the racers back out there. It's been a long time coming. So we're excited that we have 35,000 more people that are out there enjoying what a great event that the Boulder Boulder is, and all the work that's going into getting this event back up and running again. And so thank you to the City of Boulder, thank you to the University of Colorado for this partnership, and to all the Boulder staff.
And we'll be back here with Alan and Frank Shorter in a couple of hours to watch the elite men and women team challenge, international team challenge, go at it. Look forward to it.
Just after 11 o'clock, we have our elite division, and we have a bunch of elite athletes from around the world competing for that individual and team titles later today.
Thank you. See you next year.
.3 APCO.
I've been trying to do it right. I've been living a lonely life. I've been sleeping here instead. I've been sleeping in my bed. I've been sleeping in my bed. So show me family, all the blood that I will bleed. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I went wrong, but I can write a song. I belong with you, you belong with me, you're my sweetheart. I belong with you, you belong with me, you're my sweetheart.
Good morning, I'm Ginger from 97.3 KBCO. What a pleasure to be back at Folsom Field. Good morning, everybody. Let me hear you from the stands. I know we just have a small crowd right now, but that is going to change very, very soon. And congratulations as we get Boulder finishers crossing the line right now. 40 seconds, Boulder, and we've been waiting for this one for 3 years. 85 waves will be coming across that finish line. It all started back in 1979. And you know, the first 2 years of the Boulder finish line wasn't at Folsom Field. It was at Boulder High. That all changed in 1981. And what a great place, scenic backdrop to finish this 10K. So congratulations if you are crossing that finish line. And I want to remind you, we have the pro teams that'll be starting later on after all those 85 waves come across. The women international pro at 11:11 and then the men at 11:22. They start, by the way, at Folsom and Taft. So thanks for being here on Memorial Day, and it's just the start of what's going to be an amazing day.
Are you feeling all the way? When the stars realign, we are gonna let it shine. I'm waiting for the night to come. I'm waiting for the tide to pull me in. What you say? I'm waiting till I find the one, someone who will take me as I am. What you say? I'm waiting for the night to come. I'm waiting all my life. I'm shouting from the rooftops, but I'm looking in your eyes. I'm waiting for the night to come. I'm waiting for the night to begin. Save it, my love, oh yeah. Save it, save it. Save it, my love, oh yeah. I'm waiting for the night to come. I'm waiting for the tide to pull me in. What you say? I'm waiting for the night to come. I'm waiting for the night to begin. What you say? I'm waiting for the night to come. I'm waiting all my life. I'm staring at the ocean when I'm looking in your eyes. I'm waiting for the night to come. I'm waiting for the night to begin.
There's a destination a little up the road from the habitations of the towns we know. A place we saw the lights turn low, the jigsaw jazz and the get fresh flow. Pulling out jobs and jamboree handouts, 2 turntables and a microphone. Bottles and cans and just clap your hands, or just clap your hands.
Where's that?
I got 2 turntables and a microphone.
Where's that?
I got 2 turntables and a microphone.
Where's that?
Got 2 turntables and a microphone.
Where's that?
That was a good drum break. Pick yourself up off the side of the road with the elevator tables and you with flash tones. Members only, hypnotizers move through the room like ambulance drivers. Shine your shoes with your microphone blues, your suits with your parachute boots. Passing the Gucci from coast to coast like a man, Gary Wilson. Where's that? I got turntables and a microphone. Where's that? I got turntables and a microphone.
What about those who swing both ways, AC/DCs?
Let's make it out, baby.
Part of the total scene.
Where's that? I got turntables and a microphone. Where's that? I got turntables and a microphone.
That's beautiful, Dad.
.3 KBCO.
Just
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed. When I get up off this ground, I shake leaves back down to the brown, 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 till I'm clean. Then the walk I'll be shaded by the trees, by a meadow of green, for about a mile. I'm headed to town, 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 in style, with all my favorite colors, yes, yes, all my favorite colors, right. My sisters and my brothers, see 'em like no other, all my favorite colors. It's a good day to be, a good day for me, a good day to see my favorite colors, colors. My sisters and my brothers, they see 'em like no other, all my favorite colors. Now take me to the other side, where the bitty bluebirds fly. In gray clouds or white walls or blue skies, we gon' fly, feel alright. Now we gon' yeah. They sound like yeah. The least I can say, I anticipate the homecoming parade is big renegade in the morning light. With all my favorite colors, yes, sir. All my favorite colors, yes, ma'am. My sisters and my brothers, see 'em like no other, all my favorite colors. All my favorite colors, all my favorite colors, yes ma'am. My sisters and my brothers, see 'em like no other, all my favorite colors. It's a good day to be, a good day for me, a good day to see my favorite colors, colors. My sisters and my brothers, they see 'em like no other, all my favorite colors.
97.3 KBCO.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver in a traffic jam. Staring at the faces in a rearview mirror. Looking at the promise of the promised plan. One kid dreams of fame and fortune. One kid helps pay the rent. she's everything. She came out here to be an actress. He was a singer in a band. They just might go back to Oklahoma and talk about the stars they could have been. Only in America, dreaming in red, white, and blue. Only in America, where we dream as big as we want to. And we all get a chance. Everybody gets to dance. Only in America. Only in America, where we dream in red, white, and blue. Only in America, where we dream as big as we want to. We all get a chance. Everybody gets to dance. Only in America. Yeah, only in America. Only in America, where we dream in red, white, and blue. Yeah, we dream as big as we want to. Only in
The mountains you climb. Maybe stairs. The records you set. Maybe personal. The fans you inspire. Maybe family. No lights, no camera, just action. You don't have to be a pro. You just need
Oh, yes, you can. That is the theme, and oh, yes, you did. Congratulations as you crossed the finish line. 42nd Boulder. And I believe we had over 35,000 registered this year. The very first Boulder in 1979, 2,700. What a wonderfully growing event. This is indeed a community event. And thank you for participating, and thank you for spectating. And by the way, you can help out today. We need some volunteers. We need your help cleaning up CU Stadium, Folsom Field, after the Memorial Day tribute, which, by the way, will start at noon. And please stick around for that. It is the largest in the country, and that's what this day is really all about. But the cleanup would be from 12:30 until 4:30. The first 100 that volunteer to help us out will get free entry into next year's Boulder. See? So you help out, and then you run for free next year. If you're interested, visit the volunteer desk in Bulch Field House, and you can ask for Susie. So please help us clean up the stadium afterwards. FirstBank seating section is 114 in the stadium. If you're there early, you have an opportunity to grab some special swag from the presenting sponsor of the BOLDERBoulder. BOLDERBoulder, presented by FirstBank, the bank that keeps Colorado running. And they're proud to be a partner with the race. They support community causes benefiting Colorado communities. How about this? Over $55 million donated, and thousands of volunteers, or hours, I should say, volunteered by FirstBank team members, serving Colorado nonprofits since 2000. FirstBank is banking for good.
just have to face. Oh, if you just put your hand in mine, we're gonna leave all our troubles behind. We're gonna walk and don't look back. Gonna walk and don't look back. Now if your first lover let you down, there's something that can be done. Tell her what to do, bro. Don't heal your faith in love, remembering what become. Oh no. So if you just put your hand in mine, we're gonna leave all our troubles behind. Gonna walk, don't look back. We're gonna walk and don't look back. Faces behind you, there to remind you love that you're running from. There's no hiding place. So what you gonna do? It's just your problem and no one else's problem that you have to face. So if you just put your hand in mine, we're gonna leave all our troubles behind. We're gonna walk and don't look back. We're gonna walk and don't look back. If you just put your hand in mine, we're gonna leave all our troubles behind. We're gonna walk and don't look back. Keep on walking, gonna walk and don't look back. Places behind you, there to remind you. If your first lover broke your heart, something can be done. Don't hear your faith in love. Remember what's been gone. But if you just put your hand in mine, we're gonna leave all our troubles behind. Gonna walk and don't look back. Gonna walk and don't look back. Faces behind you, there to remind you. We're gonna walk and don't look back. Places behind you, there to remind you. We're gonna walk and don't look back. Gonna walk and don't look back. We gotta walk and don't look back. Got to walk and don't look back. Keep on walking and don't look back. Got to walk and don't look back. Walk and don't look back. Got to walk and don't look back. How far you been walking, man? 100 miles. Just to walk. You still got some more to walk, man. I know, got a long way to go. I'm getting kind of tired, but I got to keep on walking. I'm walking barefoot. You know. Keep on walking. We got to walk and don't look back. Keep on walking. We're gonna walk and don't look back.
97.3 KBCO.
Close my eyes and drift into the silence. Barely see the ultraviolet.
slipped and fell into the deep end. All the sidewalks shimmer just like diamonds. All the empty words were flying. Well, the heart was low, but I never was alone. I never was alone. I've been running for so long. All that's left is skin and bones. Close my eyes, fight to carry on. Sometimes it makes no sense at all. If I stumble, we'll all fall. If I fall, I tuck and roll. Close my eyes and let the love light guide me home. Let the love light guide me home. One step fades and falls into another. I'm not getting any further. Left you feeling like an alien. All the shiny sidewalks, they were lying. Lost myself while I was hiding. And the heart was low, but I never was alone. I never was alone. I've been running for so long. All that's left is skin and bones. Close my eyes, fight to carry on. Sometimes it makes no sense at all. If I stumble, we'll all fall. If I fall, I tuck and roll. Close my eyes and let the love light guide me home. Let the love light guide me home. Hearts are empty almost all the time. Blind devising ways to lead the blind. And it seems as if there's no end in sight. I don't wanna be there when it all goes down. But if I gotta be there, don't let me hit the ground till I hit the ground. I've been running for so long. All that's left is skin and bones. Close my eyes, fight to carry on. Sometimes it makes no sense at all. If I stumble, will I fall? If I fall, I tuck and roll. Close my eyes and let the love light guide me home. Let the love light guide me home.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we have something special down here at Birdland this evening. A recording for Blue Note Records.
What's that? Funky, funky.
How about a big hand now?
Wait a minute.
Groovy, groovy, jazzy, funky, bounce, bounce, dance as we dip in the melodic sea. Rhythm keeps flowing and drips to MC. Sweet sugar pop, rocks and pop. You don't stop till the sweet beat drops. I shall improve as I stick and move. Vivid poems recited on top of the groove. Smooth, mind, floating like a butterfly. Notes set afloat, sung like a lullaby. Brace yourself as the beat hits ya. Dip, trip, flip, fantasia.
What's that? Funky, funky.
Feel the beat drop, jazz and hip hop, dripping in your dome, it's its own and bop. Funk confusion, a fly illusion, keeps you coasting on the rhythm you're cruising. Up, down, round and round, rhymes profound, but nevertheless you got to get down. Fantasy freak through the beat so unique, you move your feet and sweat from the heat. Back to the fact, I'm the Mac and I know that. The way I kick the rhyme, someone call me a poet. Poem steady flowing, growing, showing sights and sound. Caught in the groove, invitation unfound. Many tripped and tore upon the rhymes they soared to an infinite height, to the realm of the hardcore. Here we go, off I take ya. Dip, trip, flip, fantasia.
What's that?
Jump to the jam, boogie woogie jam slam. Bust the dialect, I'm the man in command. Come flow with the sounds of the mighty mic master. Rhyming on the mic, I'm bringing suckers to disaster. Buku ducks, but I still rock Nike with the razzle dazzle. Star I might be. Scribble, jabble, scrabble on the microphone. I babble as I fix the funky words into a puzzle. Yes, 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 on and on as I flex. Get with the flow, birds manifest. Feel the vibe from here to Asia. Dip trip, flip fantasia. Ow, you don't stop. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Give me more of that funky horn. What's that? Funky, funky. Funky, funky. What's that?
97.3 KBCO.
No flask can keep it. Bubble up and cut right through. Just someone I believe in. You heat me like a filament. Anytime you're in the room, but you burn me and it's smoking. I just wanted you to watch me dissolve slowly in a pool full of your love. But I don't even know how the chemistry works when your poolside kicking in the dirt, kicking in the sand and stirring up trouble. Can't find an exit. I wander in a maze alone. If I find you, will you shock me? Left and right. Pretty sure that I've been here before, and it isn't what I wanted. I just wanted you to watch me dissolve slowly in a pool full of your love. But I don't even know how the chemistry works when your poolside kicking in the dirt, kicking in the sand and stirring up trouble. Your voice like an angel, been chain smoking all month long, like you're someone I believe in. Am I only elaborate? Someone you can test things on. This isn't what I signed up for. I just wanted you to. I just wanted you. I just wanted you to. I just wanted you. I just wanted you to watch me dissolve slowly in a pool full of your love. But I don't even know how the chemistry works when your poolside kicking in the dirt, kicking in the sand and stirring up trouble. I just wanted you to watch me dissolve slowly in a
took a vow in summertime. Now we find ourselves in late December. I believe that New Year's Eve will be the perfect time for their great surrender, but they don't remember. Anger wants a voice, voices want to sing. Singers harmonize till they can't hear anything. Thought that I was free from all that questioning, but every time a problem ends, another one begins. And the stone walls of harmony all bear witness. Anybody with a word in mind can never forgive the sight of wicked snakes inside a place you thought was dignified. I don't wanna live like this, but I don't wanna die. I don't wanna live like this, but I don't wanna die. Within the halls of power lies a nervous heart that beats like a young pretender. Beneath these velvet gloves I hide the shameful crooked ends of a money lender. 'Cause I still remember. Anger wants a voice, voices wanna sing. Singers harmonize till they can't hear anything. Thought that I was free from all that questioning, but every time a problem ends, another one begins. And the stone walls of harmony all bear witness. Anybody with a word in mind can never forgive the sight of wicked snakes inside a place you thought was dignified. I don't wanna live like this, but I don't wanna die. I don't wanna live like this, but I don't wanna die. And the stone walls of harmony all bear witness. Anybody with a word in mind can never forgive the sight of wicked snakes inside a place you thought was dignified. I don't wanna live like this, but I don't wanna die. I don't wanna live like this, but I don't wanna die. And the stone walls of harmony all bear witness. Anybody with a word in mind can never forgive the sight of wicked snakes inside a place I was dignified. I don't wanna live like this, but I don't wanna die.
.3 KBCO.
Lately I've been feeling low around my knees, what I'm seeking. I take a taste of what's better, on my way to something better. What I want is what I've not got, but what I need is all around me. Reach and search and never stop. And I said, if you could keep me floating, just follow till I get to the end of this tunnel. Oh, mommy,
the ceiling. I take a drink, sit back and relax. Smoke my mind to make me feel better for a small time. What I want is whatever I got. What I need is all around me. Reach and search and never stop. And I said, if you could keep me floating just for a while, till I get to the end of this tunnel, mommy. If you could keep me floating just for a while, till I get back to you. Sometimes I take a Jimmy thing just to keep me swinging. Just for a while, till I get to the end of this tunnel, hold you me. If you could keep me floating, just for a while, till I get back to you. Sometimes I take a Jimmy thing, just to keep me swinging. I'd like to show you what's inside, but that's I don't care.
That's the Dave Matthews Band. They have a couple shows coming up later this summer at Fiddler's Green, and we can tell you about that at kbco.com. A little plug for my website. Good morning, I'm Ginger from 97.3 KBCO. So happy to be back at Folsom Field. It's the 42nd Boulder, and I love this part of the race because we start to see the costumes. I saw Bacon cross the finish line, and I swear, because the sun is out right now, I could hear that bacon sizzle. Let's keep the sun out. It is beautiful weather right now, and I think that'll contribute to some really good times for the 10K. And if you're curious, I looked it up. Fastest times ever for the Boulder, both sets in 1995. In the men's, 27 minutes and 52 seconds. Women, 32:13. So you can think about that as you look at your time later on today. Want to thank Right Kingdom Real Estate. They're the official sponsor of the Legends of the Lawn Party. What's your favorite lawn party experience? What did you see while on the course? cast your vote on what you felt was the best lawn party, and there were a lot along the way, a lot of great musicians out there entertaining too. But you can cast your votes at the Race Day Expo right across from the stadium. Look for Right Kingdom's Expo booth, and you'll also see the big red and white balloons. So vote. That expo will go till 12:30.
It's when the DJ dropped my favorite tune, and the Britney song was on, and the Britney song was on, and the Britney song was on. So I put my hands up to play my song, the butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah, moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my.
Hey, and I did again want to remind you, we could use some volunteers. You can help clean up CU Stadium after the Memorial Day tribute, beginning at 12:30. Help clean up until 4:30. We could really use your help tidying up Folsom Field. And the first 100 that volunteer to help us out today, you will get free entry into next year's Boulder Boulder. So that's a pretty good deal. So if you are interested in volunteering, please go to the volunteer desk in Balch Fieldhouse and ask for Susie, and then you can clean up and then run for free next year at the 43rd Boulder Boulder.
.3 KBCO.
Well, you just think that I'm some great survivor, and you just build upon the lies that carry you. Well, I don't even talk that way. See, I wanted you to stay and show me the world's a better place. And as we crawl to find our way, we even take the shape of something else. You think that I'm just some great survivor. You think that I'm just some great survivor. I'm afraid of the way is catching up with you. I'm afraid to imagine it's catching up with me too. When you just think that I'm some great survivor, and you just feed upon fear you created. Some people ought to see, some people ought to hear, yeah. Some people ought to see, some people ought to hear. Well, if it's gonna be that way,
It's 20 seconds till the last call. Going, hey, lying down, you know it's easy. Like winning it all song alone. And I'll be anything you ask and more. Going, hey, it's not a miracle we need it. And no, I wouldn't let you think so. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it.
What if a bank treated its biggest mortgage the same way it treated its smallest? At FirstBank, we're making home buying more accessible to more people. And what's more important, we're treating all those people the same. Because after over 55 years of financing people's dreams, we've learned that no dream is too small to care about.
FirstBank.
Banking for good.
We are seeing more and more costumes cross the finish line, and breakfast seems to be popular. I saw bacon earlier, and just a moment ago, it was a tandem costume duo, and one was milk and the other was corn pops. So there you have cereal crossing the finish line for the 42nd Boulder. Now, the women's professional race will begin at 11:11, the men at 11:22. So you don't want to miss that because they finish right here in the stadium, and you can watch the race on Buff Vision. I'd much rather watch that race on Buff Vision than myself, that occasional glance up there. Now, some of the women running this year, Boulder's Nell Rojas, daughter of Rick Rojas. He was the 1979 Boulder champion. That was the very first year of the Boulder. And she'll be racing on Team USA this year. 6 weeks ago, she was the first American to finish the Boston Marathon. So that was pretty impressive. So just 6 weeks ago. And Sarah Vaughn, University of Colorado Buffalo, is also going to be on Team USA. Very important part of the Boulder, of course, is the Memorial Day tribute. As we honor the men and women who have given their life in service to our country during peace and war, they've given their lives fighting for freedom. Boulder's Memorial Day tribute will start at noon, so please stay at Folsom Field and be a part of what is always a very heartwarming tribute.
97.3 KBCO.
Don't touch the sleeping pills, they mess with my head. Dredging of great white sharks, swimming in the bed. And here comes a killer wave, sing me to sleep.
I can't help but pull the earth around me to make my bed. And oh, my love, remind me, what was it that I did? Did I drink too much? Am I losing touch? Did I build a ship to wreck? To wreck? To wreck? To wreck? Did I build this ship to wreck? To wreck? To wreck? To wreck? Did I build this ship to wreck?
Days pass by and my eyes stay dry, and I think that I'm okay till I find myself in a conversation fading away. The way you smile, the way you walk, the time you took to teach me all that you had taught. Tell me, how am I supposed to move on? These days I'm becoming everything that I hate. Wishing you were around, but now it's too late. My mind is a place that I can't escape your ghost. Sometimes I wish that I could wish it all away. One more rainy day without you. Sometimes I wish that I could see you one more day. One more rainy day. Oh, I'm a wreck without you here. Yeah, I'm a wreck since you've been gone. I've tried to put this all behind me. I think I've wrecked all along. Yeah, I'm a wreck. Said time will heal it, the pain will go away. But everything, it reminds me of you, and it comes in waves. The way you laughed and your shoulders shook, the time you took to teach me all that you had taught. Tell me, how am I supposed to move on? These days I'm becoming everything that I hate. Wishing you were around, but now it's too late. My mind is the place that I can't escape your ghost. Sometimes I wish that I could wish it all away. One more rainy day without you. Sometimes I wish that I could see you one more day. One more rainy day. Oh, I'm a wreck without you here. Yeah, I'm a wreck since you've been gone. I've tried to put this all behind me. I think I've wrecked all along. These days when I'm on the brink of the edge, remember the words that you said. Remember the life you led. You'd say, oh, suck it all up, don't get stuck in the mud, thinking of things that you should have done. I'll see you again, my loved one. I see you again, my loved one. Yeah, I'm a wreck. I see you again, my loved one. Yeah, I'm a wreck without you here. Yeah, I'm a wreck since you've been gone. I've tried to put this all behind me. I think I've wrecked all along. Yeah, I'm a wreck. Sometimes I wish that I could wish it all away, but I need one more rainy day without you. Sometimes I wish that I could see you one more day, but I need one more rainy day.
97.3 KBCO.
Summertime, and the living's easy. Rallies on the microphone with Ross and G. All the people in the dance will agree that we're well qualified to represent the LBC. Me and Louis, we gonna run to the party and dance to the rhythm. It gets harder. Me and my girl, we got this relationship. I love her so bad, but she treats me like I'm locked down like a penitentiary. She spreads her loving all over, and when she gets home, there's none left for me. Summertime, and the living's easy. Bradley's on the microphone with Ross and G. All the people in the dance will agree that we're well qualified to represent the LBC. Me and Louis, we gonna run to the party and dance to the rhythm. It gets harder. Oh, take this veil from off my eyes. My burning sun will someday rise. So what am I gonna be doing for a while? Said I'm gonna play with myself. Show them how we come off the shelf. Summertime, and the living's easy. Bradley's on the microphone with Ross and G. All the people in the dance will agree that we're well qualified to represent the LBC. Me and Louis, we gonna run to the party and dance to the rhythm. It gets harder. Eva has come to tell you that she's evil, most definitely. Eva, wonder he's gonna listen. Eva, most definitely. Tension is getting harder. I'd like to hold her head underwater.
Well, this is how it starts. Two lovers in the dark on the run from the one that they call Chef Spark. 6 guns by the side and bullets round their waist. 2 shots to the sky, signal sign for the chase. The safe was nearly empty and they were nearly free, but was seen by the good eye of the mean Billy Green. And he screamed at the top of his lungs, they're on the run. It's the 2 outsiders, grab your horses and your guns.
I said I wish that we could stay here, but I fear our time has come. We can ride out in the darkness, chasing the rising sun. We gotta pack our bags this instant. We're heading southbound to the next town. And if we arrive there so safely, baby, you can lay me down. Lay me down. Lay me down. Lay me down.
Well, it's the story of the two, always on the move. They got nothing left to lose except their guns and their wounds. Now they're crossing border, sheriff's posse on their tail. They'd rather die together than be stuck up in a cell. They drank up all the whiskey and they partied every night, like it could be the last. The bounty said to shoot on sight. So they chased the endless summer, knew it came with the price. They wouldn't stop running till they found a paradise, but the sheriff finally found them with the sight seeing red. So the lovers had to shoot them down and fill them full of lead. They were finally free to find a place to lay their head. And when they finally did, he looked at her and then he said,
I said I think that we can stay here, 'cause I feel our time has come. And we can walk down to the ocean and sit with the rising sun. So unpack your bags this instant, no more running running from town to town. And now that we've arrived so safely, baby, you can lay me down. Lay me down. Lay me down. Lay me down.
Well, you're my green-eyed girl, and I've been running around with you. It's the afternoon, and we got nothing left to do, so wipe the dirt off or take your shirt off, and we should go hit the cantina. We got work off. I said it's hot outside, let me go swimming in your eyes. We've been running for a while. Once you lay down, make me smile. I could never ask for nothing better than this. It's just tequila and the beach. It's right salty when we kiss.
I said I think that we can stay here, 'cause I feel our time has come. And we can walk down to the ocean and sit with the rising sun. So unpack your bags this instant. No more running from town to town. And now that we've arrived so safely, baby, you can lay me down. Lay me down. Lay me down. No. Lay me down. Lay me down.
97.3
KBCO.
Summertime is finally here. That old ballpark man is back in gear out on 49. Man, I can see the lights. School's out and the night's rolling, man. Just like a long lost friend you ain't seen in a while. You can't help but smile. And it's two bare feet on the dashboard. Young love and an old Ford. Cheap shades and a tattoo and a yoo-hoo. Bottle on the floorboard. Perfect song on the radio. Sing along, 'cause it's one we know. It's a smile, it's a kiss, it's a sip of wine. It's summertime, sweet summertime. Temperature says 93 down at the deposit and guarantee, but that swimming hole, it's nice and cold. Bikini bottoms underneath, but the boys' hearts still skip a beat when them girls shimmy off them old cutoffs. And it's two bare feet on the dashboard. Young love and an old Ford. Cheap shades and a tattoo and a yoo-hoo. Bottle on the floorboard. Perfect song on the radio. Sing along, 'cause it's one we know. It's a smile, it's a kiss, it's a sip of wine. It's summertime, sweet summertime. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Don't matter how old you are, man, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, baby, when you got two bare feet on the dashboard. Young love and an old Ford. Cheap shades and a tattoo and a yoo-hoo. Bottle rolling on the floorboard. Perfect song on the radio. Sing along, 'cause it's one we know. It's a smile, it's a kiss, it's a sip of wine. It's summertime, sweet summertime.
my hands on myself. Think I'll dust them off, put them back up on the shelf. Yes, my little baby girl isn't me. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Got another mouth to feed. Leave it with the babysitter, mama call the grave digger. Gone with the falling leaves. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might have had your fill, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, feel it still. We could fight a war for peace. Give in to that easy living, goodbye to my hopes and dreams. Stop flipping for my enemies. We could wait until the walls come down. It's time to give a little to the kids in the middle. Oh, till it falls, won't bother me. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks. Yeah, your lovers and a bitch for my heart to eclipse now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Might have had your fill, but I feel it still.
97.3
KBCO.
Those were my eyes. Peeking through the floor, it's like they know. It's like they know I'm looking from the outside. I'm creeping to the door, it's like they know. Now they're coming, yeah, now they're coming out from the shadows to take me to the court because they know. Gotta shut this down. They've been watching all my windows. They gathered up a warrant 'cause they understand I got a plan, but I bet you didn't know that I was dangerous. It must be fate I found a place for us. I bet you didn't know someone could love you this much. How could they know? How could they know what I've been thinking? Like they're right inside my head because they know. Because they know what I've been hiding. They're right under my bed, they're on patrol. Here they come, yeah, here they come, out of the shadows to take me to the court because they know. Gotta shut this down. They've been watching all my windows. They gathered up a warrant 'cause they know.
me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. I say you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. 4, 5, 6, come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need the money when you look like that, do you, honey? Big black boots, long brown hair. She's so sweet with her get back stare. Well, I can see you home with me, but you were with another man, yeah. I know we ain't got much to say before I let you get away, yeah. I said, are you gonna be my girl? It's a 1, 2, 3, take my hand and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. Come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need money with a face like that, do ya? I said, are you gonna be my girl?
Good morning.
97.3 KBCO.
Can you believe this amazing weather? When I was walking up here about 6:30 this morning, and it was so overcast, I was a little concerned, but we got the much-needed moisture overnight. The wind has died down, the sun is out, and it is just a beautiful day indeed. This May 30th, Memorial Day. So great to have you out here, be you a participant or a spectator for the 42nd Boulder Altitude Attitude. I love that. And of course, on the finish line, oh yes, you did, after the oh yes, you can, that perhaps prompted you to run this year or walk this year. 85 waves. That's what we have in the Boulder. So many yet to cross that finish line. And again, we want to ask if you could help clean up the stadium after the Memorial Day tribute, which, by the way, will start at noon. They could use a cleanup crew from 12:30 until 4:30. And if you can volunteer, and you're among the first 100 to do so, you can run it next year's Boulder absolutely for free. You'll get your registration taken care of. Visit the volunteer desk in Balch Field House and ask for Susie. Hey, want to give a special shout out to BBB. That's the Boulder Boldest. They have been participating in every Memorial Day for the past 42 years. All began in 1979, and they've been running that 6.2 miles, 10K ever since. So certainly worth congratulating the Boulder Boldest.
97.3
KBCO.
97.3 KBCO.
share your wealth, run your life, steal your wife. Wave that flag, wave it wide and wide. Summertime, come and gone. Back to back, chicken shack. Son of a gun, better change your act. We're all confused. What's to lose? You can call this song the United States Blues. Wave that flag, wave it wide. Summertime, come and gone. Summertime, come and
Here come your Colorado Buffaloes. Touchdown, Colorado! And the Buffs defense just blew that one up. Down at 5, steps into the pocket. He's got room to run. He jukes. Lewis throws over the leaping crab. Daniel Murray's 20, 25. And sacked on the 29-yard line. There was nothing more than a will and a want-to there by Brady Russell. And it is picked off. Season tickets for the 2022 Colorado football season are available now at cubuffs.com.
There you go. Sorry.
Yeah, see, they were trying to silence me. It won't be long until football will be played at this field, but before that, a couple of big concerts are coming up. Just heard U.S. Blues from the Grateful Dead. It'll be Dead and Company right here at Folsom Field on June 17th and 18th, and you can get your tickets now. It'll be quite the event as they're coming back to Boulder for the first time. I believe it's been 3 years. And this is the first Boulder in 3 years. 42nd, congratulations if you are crossing that finish line. Great participation once again. And hang around because there is so much more to come. The women's professional race will start at 11:11, and that starting line is Folsom and Taft. This year, by the way, there'll be a Ukrainian team, and we're so happy to have them competing in the Boulder, and that'll be in the women's division. The men's elite will get underway at 11:22 at noon. Right on this stage in front of me, that'll be the Boulder Memorial Day tribute location. This has become the nation's largest Memorial Day celebration. And again, they'll begin at noon. The Mile High skydiving team will perform their traditional exhibition skydive. All members of the team are United States Parachuting Association certified professional exhibition jumpers. We are looking forward to the flyover. And while we have a moment now, I'd like to mention by name the pilots that are going to be doing the flyover. Lieutenant Colonel Gregory Amp Gossner, Lieutenant Colonel Ryan Korn Peterson, Captain Josh Stone Van Wyck, and Lieutenant Colonel Michael Flex Wheeler.
97.3 KBCO.
97.3
KBCO.
Today, as in many years past, our national anthem will be played by 94 years young Stuart Boone.
Stuart Boone started playing the trumpet when his dad came home with one when he was in the 5th grade. Nearly 90 years later, he's found greater purpose for the music.
People say, well, how come you enjoy playing soldiering years after it's over? I said, we're not playing soldiering. We're here because there's someone who couldn't be here.
During World War II, Stuart was part of the 924th Field Artillery Battalion, 99th Infantry Division. He still has mementos from his time on the front lines in Europe.
And that's a 105 howitzer showcase.
This was somebody that was shooting at him.
Including this hand-drawn map detailing what happened to his unit during the Battle of the Bulge, one of the deadliest battles in U.S. military history.
In my field artillery unit, there are 70 people with different assignments, and only 50 of those, I guess, got to find a way to get back.
Stuart was one of the lucky 11, the only ones in the unit not captured or killed.
You hate the loss of those that aren't pictured there, but we all did what we had to do.
Thank you, sir. Keep it on, keep it on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Decades later, Stewart has dedicated his life to honoring those who lost their lives fighting for this country. Playing his trumpet in parades, at military funerals, and the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C. He's even played at Major League Baseball games, including Coors Field. He says he is ready to make the trip back to Colorado.
Whenever I can, when they call.
Until that call comes, he's just going to keep on playing and honoring those who fight to keep our country free.
What an incredible man, and we're so happy to share the story of Stewart with you. He wasn't able to attend today, but he really is here in our thoughts. So just a wonderful story to share about Stewart. And the Memorial Day tribute is coming up at noon. And of course, that's what this day is all about. It is the largest tribute in the country. So please stay for that. It will be after the elite men and women's race, and that will get underway at noon. So please join us for that. It is such a beautiful sight to see such a wide range of ages cross that finish line. I think I saw a young man who was about 5 years old, and I've seen runners in their 80s and 90s cross that finish line. So a lot of family involvement here. Boulder going strong for 42 years, and it is such a pleasure to have you here participating. You know, I talk about the youth that are running or walking. I want to mention the BB Racers Club since 1994. So just about 30 years, the BB Racers Club has been getting elementary and middle school students, their teachers and families excited by fitness. They prepare them to walk, jog, or run the Boulder. Over the year, thousands of middle school aged youth and their families have participated in this program, and they continue to do so. Hopefully they develop a lifelong commitment to health and fitness. Gorgeous weather, the Boulder. Great to be back here for the first time in 3 years. Great to have you back here. And again, the elite women start at 11:11, the elite men 11:22. Memorial Day tribute at noon.
97.3 KBCO.
Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to heaven, yeah, did you find peace? Man, I thought I had everything, I was lonely. Now you're my everything, I was lonely. I missed a lot of love, with a lot of drugs, then I found you. She liked petty crime, she had green eyes, like Mount John. And where she go, I'll never know, friends bounce to. I guess it's their loss, but they'll never know what we'll amount to. Would you be my light, be my yellow? PYT will be down for a dollar, put a smile on his face. At the end of the day, envy your mate, he'll just fly away. Who'd have known you would save my life? Who'd have known you would fly my kite? Could you tell, could you tell? Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to heaven, back to find peace. Man, I thought I had everything, I was lonely. Now you're my everything, I was lonely. I remember I was all alone. Late night you would call my phone to check if I was best cause you knew I was low. Head gone on the north of the road. I remember we was in the park. Late night made love on the grass. Got my head in the clouds counting all the stars. In my ear said the world was ours. It's hell of that to heal my wounds cause it gets like that. No side no too far. I'm a Cleopatra. No side chick, no need a backer. Need a real one, don't need an actor. I lost one faith, think you want a BAFTA. Come and be my girl. Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to heaven, back to find peace. Man, I thought I had everything, I was lonely. Now you're my everything, I was lonely. American girls, American guys will always stand up and salute. We'll always recognize when we see you fly. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep in peace at night when we lay down. My daddy served in the army, we lost his right eye, but he flew a flag out in our yard till the day that he died. He wanted my mother, my brother, my sister, and me to grow up and live happy in the land of the free. Now this nation that I love is small
KBCO.
Stepping out
I need your arms around me, I need to feel your touch.
With FirstBank's new money manager tool, you can budget, set goals, and more.
FirstBank. I became involved with the race because it was a family affair, and mostly I came to the walkers division because my father, Ted Johnson, had wanted to do the race.
Francie's father had actually changed his life because of BOLDERBoulder. He lived in Portland, and he quit smoking, lost weight, got in incredible shape, and then darn if he didn't turn up with cancer that had already started to spread. So he came out, and Francie said, well, what do you think about getting a group of my friends and we'll walk with him? And he was really excited. I mean, this was really cool.
I had several friends who wanted to walk with him when they heard that his cancer was limiting him, so he was going to walk in the race. This was something very, very new. The people responded that they liked to have this kind of an event. I think a success from the beginning. I don't know what year the high point was, but there were over 10,000 walkers and joggers. The idea being we wanted to give all of the participants a chance to have a race that they could truly call competitive.
Beautiful tribute, and certainly Francie very much on our minds today, so we're very happy to share that with you. 11:11, that is the time that the women's professional race will get underway. The men will start at 11:22, and they will finish right here in the stadium. You'll be able to watch the race on Buff Vision. Now, some of the women running this year include Boulder's Nell Rojas, daughter of Rick Rojas. He won the 1979 Boulder. That was the inaugural year. Here she's racing on Team USA this year. 6 weeks ago, she was the first American to cross the finish line at the Boston Marathon. Also on the USA women's team today, Sarah Vaughn, who represents University of Colorado. She's a Buffalo. She'll be on the team, and you'll hear the roar when they come through the finish line through the stadium. A team from the Ukraine, they are participating today. And again, 11:11 the women, 11:22 the men, and not long after they finish, the Memorial Day tribute will get underway. Very important part of the Boulder is to honor the men and women who have given their life in service to our country during peace and war. They've given their lives fighting for freedom. That tribute at noon.
.3 KBCO.
I like digging holes and hiding things inside them. When I grow old, I hope I won't forget to find them. 'Cause I've got memories and travel like gypsies in the night. I build a home and wait for someone to tear it down, then pack it up in boxes, head for the next town running. 'Cause I've got memories and travel like gypsies in the night. And 1,000 times I've seen this road, 1,000 times. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots. I've got no roots. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my
pilots tune to the cockpit radio. Soon as the shy ribbons out of their hair, the jet pilots wail. Shouting don't like it. Rock just for, shouting don't like it. Rock just for, shouting don't like it. Thinks it's not kosher. Rock just for, shouting don't like it. Fundamentally condemned. Rock just for, shouting don't like it. You know he really hates it. Rock just for, shouting don't like it.
Good morning, I'm Ginger from 97.3 KBCO. How's everybody doing? I want to hear it. I want to hear you loud. All right. And want to thank Mother Nature. It's so great that that sun came out. Like I said earlier, I was a little nervous as I walked up here. I think we're going to end up seeing some great times today. Seeing all the finishers, some families together is such a beautiful sight. Friends crossing the finish line, having walked and ran together. In some cases, companies had teams. So congratulations, you did it. And we're so glad you did. The return of the Boulder Boulder. We've been waiting for this, haven't we? And we do want to thank you for participating. If you can help us out, please pick up recyclable materials and trash. Place it in the receptacles on your way out, clearly marked. That would really help a lot. And also, you could even be on a team to help clean up afterwards. After the Memorial Day tribute, starting around 12:30, we're going to be looking for people to volunteer to clean up the stadium. It'll be this afternoon, about 12:30 till 4:30. First 100 people that do sign up to volunteer and help us with that will get free registration for next year's Boulder Boulder. So if you can, visit the volunteer desk in Bulge Fieldhouse. Ask for Susie. Tell them Ginger sent you. And thank you if you can do it.
Working with a trainer.
Another 5%. All right, here we go.
Can help anyone get in shape for a race.
When's the Boulder Boulder?
May 30th or May 31st?
Okay, end of May?
I can't remember.
You got some time then.
But most people don't do their training at Craig Hospital's Peak Center.
And don't care about what it looks like, right? The goal is just to get 10K, right?
Krista Moritz's training is going a bit slower than she imagined.
It's just been crazy. I don't know.
It was 7 months ago on her husband Sam's birthday when Krista's life changed. The two were riding scooters to get to a music festival when Krista took a tumble.
I went into the grass, and the grass had just been watered and totally slid parallel to the sidewalk and flew off of the scooter and kind of face planted right there on the sidewalk.
Shocked but still moving, the two stopped for water and a bandage, then continued on to the festival. But that is when Sam noticed his wife was starting to slur her words.
Little did we know that her carotid artery had been ruptured and that a stroke was basically happening.
Krista was rushed to the hospital.
I could tell this isn't just something small, this is something serious, but had no idea what it could be.
When I woke up in the hospital, I didn't know what had happened to me. I didn't understand what stroke was.
Doctors told her she had hemiparesis, paralysis, on the left side of her body.
I was leaning on my body and I kind of fell over like a little wet noodle, and I didn't understand that my arm couldn't hold me up and my leg didn't work.
Well, now Krista has become a self-proclaimed PT nerd, doing physical therapy at home and the hospital to improve her strength, balance, stamina, and speed.
My brain's not really communicating with my leg. There are certain muscles that just as stubborn as me. They're not working.
But Krista is so strong and has made great strides already in her recovery. And to keep pushing, she set a goal with a defined date and distance.
What's the big thing in Colorado that I could do? Oh, the Boulder Boulder.
This won't be the first time Krista's taken part in the Boulder Boulder.
I mean, growing up in Boulder, it's always just been such a huge deal.
But this will be the first time she's done it with a huge team of friends and family.
I've got quite a few friends who want to do it with me, so I think that's pretty cool. It'll be a lot of fun.
You know, the whole community of people that just support and adore Krista will be there. walking with us as a show of support.
Krista knows there are still obstacles to overcome before the race.
I need to kick myself into gear. I'm an athlete. I need to just into training mode. Let's do this.
But she's determined to not let them get in the way.
If I can just like bypass those doubts and do it and walk across the finish line in my hometown, like, hell yeah.
Hell yeah, indeed. What a great story. Krista, what she has faced, what she's overcome. She is participating in the Boulder Boulder, and we anticipate she will cross the finish line at approximately 11 o'clock. So I know when she does, she's going to feel the love from all of you. 42nd annual, well, I can't say annual, 42nd Boulder Boulder. What a beautiful day, what a beautiful event, and thank you so much for being a part of it.
97.3 KBCO.
Last night, all I think about is you. Don't stop, baby, you can run
97.3 KBCO.
I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, Achilles and his gold, Hercules and his gifts, Spider-Man's control, and Batman and his fist. Clearly I don't see myself in all that list. She said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss, just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this.
overcome so much and is participating today. You know, our slogan for the Boulder Boulder is, "Oh, yes, you can. Oh, yes, you did." And that certainly rings true for Krista. She has entered Folsom Field. She's running with her family. I want to hear everybody give her the hand she deserves as she nears the finish line. Let's hear the love and the support for Krista. Getting ready to cross that finish line soon. Boulder Boulder 10K, so many amazing stories. This by far one of the most amazing. Yeah, let's keep it going. Way to go, Krista.
.3
KBCO.
Trying to make me
wanted to again thank some of our sponsors for this year's Boulder Boulder, including FirstBank, presenting sponsor. Boulder Boulder, presented by FirstBank, the bank that keeps Colorado running, and they're proud to be a partner with the race and support community causes, benefiting Colorado communities. Over $55 million donated, and thousands of hours put in by volunteers from the FirstBank team. And that is certainly a lot of time and a lot of money, and we certainly appreciate that. FirstBank, banking for good. Right Kingdom Real Estate, they were asking for your input in the Legends of the Lawn Party contest. If you did the course, you probably saw a lot of entertainment along the way, a lot of lawn parties. What did you think was the best experience? You can cast your votes. You can do that at the Race Day Expo right across the street, which will, by the way, go until 12:30, and you can look for the Right Kingdom booth. You'll see the big balloons over there. We're getting very, very close to the start of the Elite Team Challenges. The women will start at 11:11. The men will start at 11:22. And when those challenges end, we'll be ready for the Memorial Day tribute, which starts at noon. I'm Ginger from 97.3 KBCO. Pleasure to be out here once again at Folsom Field to see your smiles, to see you cross the finish line. Thank you for being here for the 42nd Boulder Boulder.
We are so grateful for the runners, spectators, community members, and employees who make this event happen each year. We also look back and remember those who are a part of our community and who are no longer with us. They will be forever missed.
Dare you see that my behavior's unacceptable? So condescending, unnecessarily critical. I have the tendency of getting very physical. So watch your step, 'cause if I do, you need a miracle. You drain me dry and make me wonder why I'm even here. The double vision I was seeing is finally clear. You want to stay, but you know very well I want you gone. Don't fit the tread the ground that I am walking on. But when it gets cold outside, I got nobody to love. Well, I understand why 97.3 KBCO.
I like that you're broken like me. Maybe that makes me a fool. I like that you're lonely like me. I could be lonely with you. I met you late night at a party. Some trust fund babies, Brooklyn loft by the bathroom. You said
42nd running of the Boulder. My name's Alan Boulder. I'm joined by 1972 Olympic gold medalist and 1976 Olympic silver medalist, Mr. Frank Shorter. Frank, it's been a few years, but I'm glad we're back calling this race. We're going to be bringing you all the action for this 2022 Professional Elite International Team Challenge. The women have already started. We're going to get caught up with their action here in just a minute, but Frank, it's good to be back with you.
Oh, it's great to be back. It's been 3 years. It had been 3 years. And that 9K is deceptive. That's 9K coming back. That's not going out. And a lot of these runners, you can see that Alfini Taliamuk from the U.S. team is out there. And then it's Birkirtayet Del Gafe from Ethiopia, and they're the early leaders. We were wondering how it was going to go here because these athletes have not raced. And sometimes athletes can do all the training they normally do, but they need racing to sharpen up. On the other hand, they're athletes that it doesn't really matter. They can just not race for a long time. So we're going to find out a lot about this. But I think the pace is out quickly. It is, and we'll give you the splits here as soon as we can.
Well, Frank, we were blessed with a very, very nice day for racing. These elite athletes running just after 11 a.m. You know, often by the end of May, it can be quite warm. And for these athletes running at this level, these conditions where we're just under 60 degrees, very light breeze, we could see a fast pace. And right from the get-go, these athletes are really setting the tone that they're ready here to race.
Right, and I've always said, up at altitude, obviously they can't run as fast as at sea level, but the conditions today would lend themselves, you know, to a fast pace. And today is what I call a no excuses day. You have your goal when you set out there, and these racers will have an idea of how fast they'd like to run. And if they don't achieve that goal, they can't blame it on the weather. It's going to be something else is going to be a factor.
So let's frame this out a little bit. We have 8 teams on the women's side, 7 teams on the men's side, and it's a combination of things going on. We have the individuals overall that are racing for their individual placing and individual prize money. We also have 2-person teams on the women's side and 2-person teams on the men's side. Each men and women's teams will be scored individually, so they can also earn prize money representing their countries. We'll go through the countries that are racing today. And then what new this year is we're going to combine the men's and women's team scores together for those countries. They can earn additional prize money for that. So the BOLDERBoulder is, from its onset, has been committed to the elite athletes back in 1979, where Rick Rojas won the first race, and interestingly enough, his daughter is in this race. She won the Citizens race a few years ago in 2019, was just our top American finisher at the Boston Marathon just about 5 weeks ago. She is running in this race, Nell Rojas. So that's an interesting story that 42 years later, father-daughter representing Boulder in a high level.
And De Geffe is really taking the pace here. And I think it's very smart of Alfini Taliamuk to just run right off her shoulder, because you can actually draft. If she were a little closer in behind, she would actually get a benefit. And it can be as much as 7% in running if she were to pull in just a little bit. But right now, she's not achieving that benefit.
Yeah, Alfine, she just won the U.S. 25K Road Champs and is in amazing shape right now. She's training up in Flagstaff, Arizona. So she's one of the few athletes that's coming down in elevation to Boulder to race at this elevation. And she has made it clear that she is here to win this race, and it is not afraid to go hard from the onset. A few years ago when she was at the BOLDERBoulder, she made a big move at the 4-mile mark, and in speaking with her leading up to this race, she said she's going to try and be a little more patient and wait a little bit longer, knowing that the race still has time to unfold during those last 2 miles.
Because in those last 2 miles, you go slightly downhill until you get across Boulder Creek, and then there's a climb, as all the other 33,000 participants in this race know. You make that right-hand turn to come up to the stadium, and it's one of the harder hills on the entire course. Now, she has slowed down a little bit, because you can see the athletes from behind, the runners from behind have been able, nope, there she goes. She rounded that corner and just surged, and look at that. Right away, Alfini makes a move to make sure that distance stays the same. We call it a thread. You can get just far enough behind someone that you feel as if you're disconnected from them. And usually it's about 8 or 10 yards. And all these women in front are still in what we call contact. They're still in contact.
Mm-hmm.
And Frank, we have our 1 mile split. So they came through the 1 mile in 5:09, which is quite fast on this course. So that is Degefe from Ethiopia, Tuliamuk from the United States, and Munanu from Kenya, all right together, with Sule a second back from Tanzania. So we already have a pack of about, we have a pack of 3 to 4 up front. That looks like 5 to me. And then we have a breakaway already in that lead pack.
And I think they've made the turn now where they're heading up. They're on Folsom now, and I think they're kind of starting to go uphill. You can't really see it. Well, there you can see. They're beginning to go uphill, and this is their first hill. And it all depends on how they run over the top of that first hill. And all the cross-country coaches in high school will tell you what you do. No, now they're turning on the hill. What you want to do at the top of that hill is keep up your effort and let that momentum carry you over the top. So we'll just have to see now. The tactics are starting to go in there.
Number 11, that's Anahi
Alvarez
from Mexico.
Mexico.
Correct.
And now she is pushing the pace. She is starting to push the pace.
Alvarez is the youngest competitor. She's only 20 years old and until recently was a 1,500 meter runner. And just as of this year was racing the 1,500 meters and decided she would move up in distance and try the 10K at this road race. And is clearly not afraid to be up in the mix.
But she is making a mistake here. You can see the pack is running what we call the tangent. And if you look to see the curve in the background and now this curve, you always want to know the course. The smart athletes have already run this, jogged it, I think even more than driven it. And so they know where they have to run the shortest distance on all these curves.
That's McKenna Myler also tucked in there. You can't quite see her, but she's behind number 9 from Kenya, who is Monanu. So that's right in there as McKenna. She's also on the United States team. To go through the teams here, we have 2 USA teams, Ethiopia, Great Britain, Kenya, Mexico, Tanzania, and we do have a Ukrainian team represented today.
And a great field, and we'll see the Ukrainian runners come in, and it was a question here of our letting them know. It wasn't about how they would perform. It was about giving them all the help we could get so they could run as well as they can given the circumstances from which they came. And I think they're representing their country very, very well, and they're so soft-spoken and so confident that they are going to be able to go back to Ukraine. It really is something to see.
Okay, we're going to be going to the men's start here, and you can take a peek at our professional men's team, which is made up by 7 teams: United States, Ethiopia, Great Britain, Kenya, Mexico, Tanzania. So we're just a few seconds away rather, from the start of the men's professional race. Frank, it looks to me like they've slowed just a little bit. So we'll see what our second mile split is, which is coming up here in just a minute. So we'll see what that is. You can see Nell Rojas there in the headband, that she's making her way back into that lead pack, which was strung out from the onset.
Yeah, she's being very smart. You can see her right behind.
And she's a strength runner. She lives and trains in Boulder, is coming off of the marathon. That's always a tricky turnaround, running the Boston Marathon 5 weeks ago, recovering from that, and then coming to the Boulder. But she's showing that she's more of a strength athlete. And here we have the men's start. Just to run down some of the men's individuals that are participating, we have Leonard Carrier from the United States, Jared Ward from the United States, Lawi Lawang, and Clayton Young making up your United States teams. Kamal from Ethiopia, Burhe from Ethiopia. We have brothers, Cullum Hawkins and Derek Hawkins, both from Great Britain, both represented their country in the Tokyo Olympics for the marathon. So we'll see how they fare today in this competition.
And that's Lolly Lelang, who's in the front there. Trains in Colorado Springs, has run very, very well this season. But again, I mentioned he knows what kind of shape he's in because we can see some of his results. And the difficulty we've had, we haven't been able to see many of these runners' recent results. And so it's going to show. And this is a pack. Oh, there we hope. First surge, first break.
Yeah, that second mile, Frank, they slowed down significantly at 5:37 on the second mile. And so
here we go.
Now it's allowed for a break to happen.
Yep, she's serious. She's not just surging to see how people are going to respond. She is really, really surging. She's going through those neighborhoods in North Boulder, and this is very smart, again, because you can go around those corners. You can see, as they're doing now, running the tangent, and then they're going to go out, head south, and to the 3 mile mark.
Historically, the Ethiopians have run very well at this race. They have the most overall team titles in this competition, so they have a lot of pride coming here to Boulder to represent. They always have a nice contingent here in the stadium that they like to show their support of their country, men and women. So that's Berhanu up front, Degefe up front, that she seems to be antsy to ensure that the pace stays honest.
But Alfini is staying right with her, and now she's bridged the gap, as we say. And she is now up running. Now it's a two-woman race at this point. And it really is a question of how long Degefe can surge and what kind of lead she can get. Because I think this course is, at just about 4 miles, they'll be going up a hill by Casey Junior High, and that's the hardest hill in the race, and there are 2 miles to go from the top, and going up that hill, if you have a lead at the top of that hill, you are really in good shape because you can come down off it and run very, very fast back towards the stadium in a slight downhill.
So Degefe of Ethiopia, Tiliamuk of the United States, and back to Alvarez of Mexico are your top 3 currently. And now over to the men's race. They are 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the opening kilometer, so they're not even at the mile mark.
And Leonard Carrier is running very well here. He runs for the Army team based down in Colorado Springs for the American team. And I think they're all just in this group, and I don't think the pace is that fast because no one, I think, is really trying to take the lead. I think they're just trying to run comfortably.
That's the way it appears. With that size of a pack and just judging from their turnover and cadence, it appears that they're just a moderate pace, nothing out of the ordinary early on.
Yep. And here we go. For the women, Alvarez, a surprise, big surprise. Right there with them. So this could be the pack. This really could, because at this level, runners will start to work together because they'll go around the corner, they'll take a peek back, they'll see what kind of lead they have. Nope, they're not even going to look. But they now can sense that they have a lead, and they will work together. And now here's the surge.
Alafine there up front from the United States. She represented the U.S. She was our Olympic trials champion for the marathon. She's very accomplished on the roads, not afraid to race different distances, has run a 2:24 marathon. So Alafine is no stranger to tough courses and to pushing from the front. So she is making a statement here. Coming up, they're not quite to the 3 mile marker.
And again, she's pushing, but not very hard. I think she's just kind of testing and seeing if she can wear people down. And what you do, at least I would do, is test it like that and then surprise. And you don't know when it's going to come. It's just your kind of instinct to say, okay, let's see what they have, and you go. And Leonard Carrier looks very good and wants to be in the lead. The Kenyans are there.
Yeah, you'll notice the jersey, it says Army. That's part of the world-class athlete program, WCAP, which is based in Colorado Springs. These athletes run and represent the United States. They are in the Army. They have their title is with the Army, but they are part of their orders is that they compete at an international level and represent the United States. And so they live and train. That program used to be based in Boulder, but was moved down to the Colorado Springs about 10 years ago.
Right. And Lowy Lelang, who's also running for the U.S., number 3, to me, he looks very comfortable. If you look at the turnover, he's not having to turn over quite as fast to run the same speed. And he looks very, very comfortable, very comfortable.
Yeah, Lowy was a standout at the University of Arizona. He lives in Colorado Springs as well. He's world class. He's competed at the world class level for many, many years. You also see Jared Ward in there with the sunglasses. He's out of Provo, Utah, went to BYU. He was 6th in the Olympic Games in the marathon in Rio and just ran the Boston Marathon, and then he made the quick turnaround to running a half marathon 2 weeks after that. He said he was feeling fresh, felt like he could continue his training. And so he's coming here, he felt like on an upswing, so it's not like he had this big rest period after the marathon. He just continued his training, has come to Boulder. He's used to running and training at altitude, so it's nice to see him right in that lead pack.
Right, and now they're going up that first hard hill. Yep, first hard hill on Folsom. And this is where you go up the hill and you start to try to feel what the person next to you is doing, their effort, and you can tell. You've run against these people, and these 2 Americans have probably trained together, and they have a sense of where the other is, and they also will have a sense of where the Kenyans are.
And we're back at the women's race. This is positions 4, 5, and 6. So we have our top 3 that have broken away. This is your 4th, 5th, and 6th place currently. That looks like Mary Cullum is there.
Yep.
That's McKenna Myler, rather. McKenna Myler from the United States and Andrea Limon from Mexico.
And the Mexican women are running well.
That's 2 United States in the top 5, so that's good for their women's score.
Their team.
And same on the team score for Mexico. You know, when you have a two individual team members, it makes every single place is very, very important. So as they come into the stadium, you know, one place can make the difference between 1st and 2nd as a team.
And when you're running for the team, all of the runners out there running cross country starting in high school, it gives you more incentive. You feel you really have to not let down the team. And so it really does something to make you try just that much harder and to not give up.
And back to the leaders, top 3 women currently. They're at 19 minutes, so it looks like they've come down that Casey Hill, correct?
Yeah, I think. No, they're not quite at 4 miles. So they're very, very soon. They're going to be going up that hill at 4 miles.
5:32 for that 3rd mile. So they've settled in closer to 5:30 pace. That first mile was very quick at 5:09. Then they slowed to the mid-5:30s, which is where they're staying closer to that pace. We'll see how that fares as they go through that 4 mile mark with the biggest hill on the course. And typically that's their slowest mile, but then coming down the hill as they work their way towards Pearl Street, again, they'll pick up more time on the back end of that. That's where Alafine, there in front of your screen in the yellow jersey, that's where typically she's made her big move. So we'll see if she's antsy this year or if she waits a little bit longer.
Right. And we'll see who wants to surge up that hill, feeling more confident doing it and trying to take just that much energy away from the others.
Checking back in with the men's splits, 4:42 at the mile for their first mile, 4:50 for the second mile. It's actually quite comfortable.
Yeah.
Frank, for these conditions, I'm surprised they didn't get out a little bit more aggressive. It looks like now maybe one of our WCAP athletes, that's Leonard Carrere, looks like he might be feeling that it's time to start pushing that pace slightly.
Yes, and you look to see who is responding, and we'll try to get a number. I think it's 12. Maybe it's Victor Gonzalez from Mexico. Is that 12? No, it's not. It's one of the Kenyans, I think.
Victor is there left of screen. And we also have Clayton Young on the United States team. He also trains out of Utah, altitude-trained athlete. He's the other tall individual. There's four of them in the bright colored singlets of the neon green.
So it looks very good for the American team at this point. And here we go. You can see people just starting to drop off the back. And again, that means that they're pressing the pace a little bit. What you do in this case is look at the back of that first pack and look at the movement and energy of that runner and see if he falls back. And you can see he's falling back a little bit right now.
Yeah, I have a feeling, Frank, the next time we come back to the men, we might see that lead pack is broken up. And now here you go. This is going up the hill by Casey Middle School, the highest point on the course. Alafine is really pushing the pace. You can see they've broken away now, so it's a two-woman race at this point. They're coming up on the 4 mile. They just passed the 4 mile mark. We'll give you that split here just shortly.
It's 5:30 pace. So they're about 5:30 a mile.
These were the two on paper that we were suspecting before the race, that we were anticipating that it would come down to a two-woman race. It was just a matter of how it would shake out. And now it's going to be a matter of, it's not fitness. We knew both of them coming in were very fit, and they've shown that through the results in the races they had in lead up. And now it's going to be a matter of tactics, I think, more than anything else, Frank.
Yeah, and at a certain point, Alfini is going to have to either go harder and try to get a gap, or she's going to have to back off just a little bit and hope that, you know, she gets some help. But she looks good here, and she's starting to stretch. She's starting to stretch it a little bit. The gap is just increasing a little. So she is going all out. She's going all out at this point.
Well, and it looks like she's reverted back to her original tactics.
You can see that, the break.
2 years ago, that's right.
That's the break. And this could be it. We have to see if she can stay comfortable. If she can stay comfortable for the next mile, she will be in very, very, very good shape. DeGeffa is trying to stay up with her. She's not letting her go.
Men's lead pack, we're down to 6 individuals, with 3 of those being from the United States. So that's great news for their team score.
And 2 being from Tanzania.
That's right.
Joseph Panga and Fabiano Nelson. Fabiano Nelson Sule, apologies. Wow, look at this. This is much sooner than I thought the pack would go, but here we go. You know, the race, I think this is it. I think the race is pretty much over here because she looks so comfortable, so comfortable. And that's running form.
And she's proven she's very strong running the 25K US Champs not that long ago, so it's not a matter of overall strength. So she's shown that she has that conditioning.
Yep, she's speed fit.
So Alafina, again, was our Olympic trials champion. She trains out of Flagstaff, Arizona. She represents HOKA and NAZ Elite, Northern Arizona Elite. So she's again one of the few athletes coming down in elevation. So training at 7,000 feet in Flagstaff and racing here in Boulder. Good to see her up in front. She said to us in advance that she's here to win.
Well, looks like she is. This folks is the race. Now she may take a peek back at 5 miles, and she knows how fast she's running. And if she does this, she will see how far ahead she is, and she will know if she can maintain her pace, approximately what the person behind is going to have to run to catch her. There, see, she looks around, and if she has this kind of lead at this point, it really isn't likely that someone's going to run faster than her effort or pace because she doesn't seem to be slowing down. But as all the coaches will tell those high school runners, you run through the finish line. You don't win until you've crossed that finish line.
And just to review that mile 4 split, for your top 5 at that point were Alafine Tulimuk from the United States, De Geffa from Ethiopia, Alvarez from Mexico, and Limon from Mexico. So Mexico faring well so far in the team competition, and then McKenna Myler from the United States. So very close on the team side as well at 4 miles.
And this is the turn, I think, just before the 5 mile mark.
That's correct. Back onto Walnut, and then she'll turn on to Folsom and have that long stretch that many of you just ran, where it feels like the stadium is further away than you anticipated. A long stretch down Folsom. But with that type of a lead, it's a big enough lead where she's going to be able to relax a little bit and feel comfortable and not have to press quite as hard.
An 8K is just a little bit short of 5 miles. There's 5. So she's through 5 in about 26:35.
And she rolled through that 5th mile, running a 4:52 miles. So
there we go.
That showed where the break happened. So she went from 5:30 pace to 4:52 pace.
That's 40 seconds faster, 38 seconds faster. She was just waiting, and she looked so comfortable before she was taking off that she maintained that effort.
She's built up a 13-second lead on second place, so that's a quite comfortable lead. We'll have to see how De Geffa holds up for second, if she can maintain that. At this point, it looks like she has a comfortable lead. It's a little deceiving on camera there between second and third, but it looks like she'll be able to maintain that second place.
She'll most likely take a look when she makes that right-hand turn.
At that 5 mile mark, we still had Tilimuk in first, De Geffa second, Alvarez from Mexico, and Limon from Mexico third and fourth.
She's working very hard, and her form, when you do, you can see that she's slowing down. Her effort is getting to her at this point. It's really hard to tell if she's slowing down, but she's not quite as smooth as she has been. But she made that right-hand turn. I don't even think she looked around.
I don't think so.
I think she knows how far ahead she is, and this is a slight downhill. So again, she can relax going downhill, and it also means it's that much more difficult to be caught from behind. And the key is you go over the bridge, and then as you start that climb towards the stadium, and if you have any kind of lead there, you're pretty much home.
Well, I'm back to our men's race, but we'll get caught up on the men before we go to the women's finish. That's Penga from Tanzania.
Yes.
Leonard Career from the United States. And is that number 16? Oh, that's Sule from Tanzania. Honestly, a little bit of a surprise to me.
Yes.
On paper, these two didn't look to be the strongest. You never know with when they ran their personal best, if it was from 5 years ago or 6 years ago, or if they've only run well in a marathon, how's that going to translate to the 10K?
And if they run at altitude.
Yeah, there you go. And granted, we're only 19 minutes in, not that that's only, but over the course of 10 minutes, a lot can happen at this elevation. But when someone looks this good, they're about to go up the steepest part of the course. So after that, as we make their way to downtown, that's when we'll really know.
Right. Looking fit, looking smooth. You can see, watch his head, just a little bit of bob. Bobbing just a little bit, and the same thing, with Leonard.
And
there's the break, and I think they're starting up the hill.
Will give us their men's 4 mile split, where it's 4:45 for the mile, with Penga, Career, Sule, Clayton Young from the United States in 4th, and Victor Gonzalez in 5th. Jared Ward in 6th, so United States is still doing very well, as Tanzania obviously with 1st and 3rd. All right, we're going to come back to the women's finish. This is Alafine Tilimuk, who's on Folsom Field, on Folsom rather. She's going to make the turn she just went past Arapahoe Avenue, so she's less than a kilometer to go. And we're going to bring her home very shortly with a huge United States welcome. That's going to be an amazing greeting for someone that is a naturalized citizen born in Kenya, but has become an American and lives and trains down in Flagstaff with her husband and child, and really an amazing story of resilience and what the American dream is all about.
She'll be crossing Boulder Creek pretty quickly here and then heading up the hill.
And it looks like she has a 12-second cushion at this point on second place.
just rolling along. And as you can see, her left hand moves a little bit differently from her right, and that really is a balance issue. You want to learn how to run most comfortably, and very often one arm will not move the same way the other does, and there's nothing more complicated than that's how you feel most comfortable. That's, you know, how you put together.
And there's that right-hand turn onto Stadium Drive, about to pass the 6-mile mark. That's right, let's give her a welcome. She can already hear you. This is gonna be an amazing finish for her as she makes the final turn into the stadium.
Well run, in control the whole way.
Well, she made a statement today and pulled away at that 4-mile mark, threw that hard mile in, and honestly never looked back. We didn't see her even take a glance back, which is a good sign that she was not afraid to make a bold move.
She'll be turning just a second.
And here we go. Let's give her the greeting she deserves. Alafine Tuliamuk from the United States.
Great smile.
Congratulations to our 2022 Elite Women's Champion, Alafine Tuliamuk from the United States.
In under 33 minutes at altitude like this, you can subtract about a minute to see what you would run at sea level. So she ran very well.
And in second, Barak Tayed Degefe from Ethiopia. Strong running today. In third place, that is Alvarez from Mexico. And Andrea Limon from Mexico. And here's fourth, fifth, and sixth. McKenna Myler from the United States. Baisa from Ethiopia. This is Sarah Vaughn from the United States as well. University of Colorado graduate.
Mary Mananu from Kenya.
And Nell Rojas from the United States. Sarah Vaughn finishing strong.
Nell Rojas, Boulder born and bred.
Our Ukrainian athletes will be making their way into the stadium as well. This is Poppy Tank from Great Britain.
And
here we go.
Our first Ukraine runner, Valentina Veretska. And the men's race, two-man race.
Two-man race, 26:30 into the race. So we're down into the final mile, almost into the final kilometer. They're on Folsom. That's Leonard Korir from the United States with Joseph Panga from Tanzania. It looks like Korir has just about a half-step lead.
He's pressing, he's surging now. He's trying to get a gap. And this camera angle doesn't show the distance. I think it's a little bit longer than you would think. And
They've
we'll
already
be able to
crossed.
tell.
That's
Yeah.
right. They're by family student housing, so they're getting close, and that gap is widening.
Yep. He looks smooth. Very, very smooth. And he's not looking back. He's going for it. Now he's thinking about all the hill training he's done coming into this. Those hill repeats. Think about them.
Leonard, a 2016 Rio, he was part of the Rio Olympic Games team for 10,000 meters, so he is no stranger to the 10K and no stranger to racing at altitude.
Right. And once he starts up that hill and makes the right-hand turn, good run. He's not even looking back. He's not even looking back. It's it. What a gutsy performance. Just smooth right from the start. Our second Ukrainian runner coming in, Valentina Poltvaska. Valentina Poltvaska.
And turn your eyes to the ramp. We'll have our individual leader, Leonard Korir from the United States, coming into the stadium.
Oh, sprint from behind. He's not done yet. Just a little too much of a lead. There, look around, he knows.
Your 2022 individual champion, Leonard Korir. Joseph Panga from Tanzania in second place. And that looks like Fabiano Sule from Tanzania in third place.
And Jared Ward.
Strong finish by Jared Ward from the United States there. Sub 30 for the 10K distance. And Clayton Young from the United States. That's Victor Gonzalez from Mexico. Dennis Kipkosgei from Kenya. Dominique Korir from Kenya. Well, our team title is going to be very close, Frank. I think Tanzania with second and third will take that unofficially. United States with first and fourth. But once again, great individual results and amazing team results. Well, thank you all for joining us for another edition of the Elite Athlete International Team Challenge. Once again, we were treated to some amazing races. My partner up here, Frank Shorter, is making his way down to the stage. We're going to be doing a wonderful tribute of his 50th anniversary of that gold medal. Would appreciate if you join me in addressing your attention towards the monitors for a video of Mr. Frank Shorter. And thank you again for being here, and stay with us for all the additional Memorial Day celebration festivities.
Falmouth, Massachusetts is a long way from Boulder, Colorado. But the Cape Cod area where Frank Shorter now lives and runs is where he found inspiration for the Boulder.
It turned out it just became, people say Mecca, and it probably is.
Running has always been a part of Frank's life.
I run about 3 days a week.
And decades of memories now fill boxes in his Massachusetts home.
I'm on the left with the Florida singlet. 4 different card collections, same picture.
All of it highlighting one of the most storied careers in U.S. running.
This is a Pan American Games gold medal. And in 1971, the year before the 72 Olympics, I won the 10,000 meters and the marathon at the Pan Am Games.
It was at the 72 Summer Olympics where Frank won marathon gold.
It's going to be 50 years, September 10th, 50 years.
His time of 2 hours and 12 minutes was 2 minutes faster than the closest competition. But the victory, it was overshadowed. It came just a few days after nearly a dozen Israeli athletes were killed by a terrorist group.
I actually heard the gunshots because I was sleeping on the balcony of my Olympic Village room.
Frank says the Olympic Games changed at that point.
It was also the end of the age of innocence, thinking that a major sporting event could be immune from any outside influence.
But Frank continued to run, and 4 years later brought home the silver from the Olympics in Montreal. To this day, he is the only American to medal in the Olympic marathon twice. All his success also put the spotlight on his training location.
I had actually been training in Taos at 7,000 feet and running way up high in the Rockies, but I decided, no, I'll go to Boulder.
It was a move that changed his life.
Boulder, it turns out, at 5,600 feet, is pretty much the perfect place to train at altitude.
Boulder is where Frank met his friend and banker, Steve Bosley, who also had an interest in running.
One day I was in his office and he said, I'm going to start a kids' track race, and I said, why don't we put on a road race?
Frank's inspiration, the Falmouth Road Race on Cape Cod.
I'd been to Falmouth in 1975. I knew what it could do for a community.
2,800 people took part in the first Boulder back in 1979. Among those crossing the finish line, Frank Shorter. But
I didn't win the first year.
In fact, it took 3 attempts before Frank won the race he created.
That's a picture of when I won the Boulder race for the only time in 1981.
Frank's world-class reputation continues to help attract top athletes to the Memorial Day race.
You got this!
But he says the reason 50,000 people choose to walk and run the iconic course every year is a testament to the beautiful city in which it's set.
It truly represents a place where everyone is welcome, whether you're from Colorado or out of state, and it really has become as much an annual reunion has been a road race.
A reunion that this Massachusetts beach runner is not going to miss.
Am I starting? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tim Cronin, and I've had the distinct honor of working on every single Boulder except for when we didn't get to have a race. and I've been associated with Frank Shorter for about 50 years. Frank Shorter is the father of the great America running boom. 50 years ago, on September 10, 1972, in the Munich Olympic Games, Frank became the first American since 1916 to win a gold medal in the marathon, and no American has won the marathon since. I'd like to share a few highlights of his athletic career. From 1970 to 73, Frank won the U.S. National Cross Country Championship 4 times. At the Munich Games, he finished 5th in the 10,000-meter final, breaking the American record that he had established in an earlier heat. In 1972 and 76, he was the U.S. Olympic trials champion in the 10,000 and the marathon. He also won both the 10,000-meter run and the marathon at the 1971 Pan Am Games. From 1971 to 1974, Frank was the 4-time winner of the Fukuoka Marathon, the most prestigious marathon in the world. His career best of 2:10:30 was set at that race in 1972. That same year, Frank received the James E. Sullivan Award as the top amateur athlete in the United States. In 1984, Frank was inducted into the United States Olympic Hall of Fame. Frank achieved his greatest achievements in the marathon. He's the only American to win 2 medals in the Olympic marathon, gold in 72, silver in 76. How did it happen? We had great fortune of Frank Shorter choosing to make Boulder his home because of the University of Colorado. Frank was one of the first people to understand the benefits of altitude training, which made boulders higher than a mile altitude of 5318 very attractive. So he approached the university to request use of the athletic facilities, and CU gladly said yes. Frank won the BOLDERBoulder in 1981, the first year it finished right here in Folsom Field, which means he became the first BOLDERBoulder runner to cross the Folsom Field finish line. Since that day, more than 1,400,000 have followed, including all of you today. Let's take another moment to thank CU for helping to make this possible. Frank started the Frank Shorter Sportswear Company and Frank Shorter Running Stores. Some of his other firsts in amateur sports include he was the first amateur athlete to be able to star in a television commercial, which he did for Hilton Hotels. Frank was instrumental in developing the process for allowing track and field athletes to receive money for racing and endorsements. Then, in 1979, Steve Bosley asked Frank for advice about putting on a track meet for kids. Frank suggested maybe he should put on a road race. Steve did, and the first BOLDERBoulder had more than 2,700 runners. Today, Frank Shorter is to be an active supporter and advisor to race director Cliff Bosley. A number of years ago, Steve was introducing Frank at an event when he made the declaration, Frank Shorter is really a co-founder of the BOLDERBoulder. And in case you haven't seen it, the BOLDERBoulder commissioned a statue of Frank, 25th anniversary of his gold medal, that sits just down the hill on the corner of Stadium Drive and Folsom. At the end of the Olympic marathon in '72, a man not even in the race ran onto the course and accepted the applause as the winner. Frank Shorter never received the cheers that day that he so greatly deserved for that Olympic gold medal victory. So now, please give Frank the cheers that he earned and let them hear him all the way back in Munich.
I think, which one? No, I'm later.
Welcome to Folsom Field, home of the Colorado Buffaloes. I'm Chancellor Phil DiStefano, and I'm thrilled to welcome the return of the BOLDERBoulder. Since 1981, we've been honored to host the Boulder Boulder finish line. The first person to cross the finish line at Folsom that year was Frank Shorter, who trained in Boulder prior to his Olympic marathon win 50 years ago. Since then, more than 1.3 million athletes have finished the race here, the same place where Ralphie runs every fall. CU Boulder is proud to support the Boulder Boulder and the Memorial Day tribute, and we salute those who've given their lives in service to our country. Enjoy your time here at CU and come back soon for a visit, a game, or maybe even a degree. Happy Memorial Day and go Buffs!
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to those of you here with us in Boulder. It is so wonderful to see all your smiling faces back here at Folsom Field for the first time since we last ran the Boulder Boulder in person, and that was in 2019. We also want to recognize and say hello to everyone watching on your screens near and far around the world. While much has changed since we last gathered here 3 years ago, one thing we know has not changed. Freedom, we know, is not free. Today we come together, as our country has done for more than 150 years, to honor our American warriors who paid the supreme sacrifice in defense of America's freedom. In addition, we salute and honor all U.S. warriors who have served or are now serving our country during peace and war. Along with remembering those service members, this year we are happy to be able to recognize and thank some of our own Colorado veterans who stepped up to the call when our nation needed them 80 years ago during World War II. We shall meet them in just a moment. Please direct your attention to the field for the arrival of the military formations and the presentation of our American flag. The colors will be presented by the University of Colorado Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps Color Guard. We are also pleased to have the Honor Guard of the Combat Logistics Battalion 453 stationed on Buckley Space Force Base in Aurora. Tradition is very important to the pageantry of the armed forces and to the Boulder Boulder. For those of you who have joined us at any of the past 15 Memorial Day tributes, you're familiar with Stuart Boone. Since the mid-2000s, we've been honored to have World War II veteran, Battle of the Bulge survivor, and Bronze Star recipient Stuart Boone perform our national anthem. At the age of 97, this year he couldn't make the trip from Ohio. But thanks to the magic of video, Stuart can still be with us via the last time he played for the Boulder Boulder. Please stand and join United States Army veteran Stuart Boone by singing along to our national anthem. Today's flyover was from the 120th Fighter Squadron at Buckley Space Force Base in Aurora. And our pilots today with their nicknames, as we have a fabulous new movie out, Major Ben Drago Walters, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Flex Wheeler, Lieutenant Colonel Gregory Amp Gosner, and Lieutenant Colonel Ryan Korn Peterson. Let's give them a big round of applause. And by the way, I am informed that Stuart Boone, at age 97, is getting a pacemaker put in so that he can be right back here again live next year to play for us again. That's tough. We are honored today to have 3 Coloradans with us who did their part for the United States starting in the 1940s. And let's meet 2 of them now. Navy veteran Ralph Hallgren and Red Cross volunteer Valora Hallgren. They didn't meet until after World War II, yet their service story and their love story have led them to Louisville. And we are so very pleased to have them here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's meet Ralph and Valora Hallgren.
Married for 72 years, Ralph and Valora Hallgren like to share their love story. Well, at least Valora does.
He's never been a big talker. So I'm the one that does all the talking.
I let her.
When the U.S. entered World War II, Ralph had just turned 18. He joined the Navy and eventually traveled overseas to perform search and rescue efforts.
I was a young kid, didn't matter where they sent me. I had to go.
Still in high school, Valora volunteered on the home front.
I couldn't join the Army. They didn't take women like they do now, so it was do something, so it was the Red Cross.
She worked in the hospital, then later took a job at the War Production Board, all the while corresponding with soldiers.
Mail was very important. They would say, well, this buddy of mine don't get many letters. Would you write to him? And this buddy of mine, and you know, it would just kind of snowball. And sure, I'll write, of course.
During the same time, Ralph flew to the Philippines.
Eventually went to Manila, where I was sent to Palawan. I was there for a year and helped decommission the base.
The month-long Battle of Manila, which resulted in the death of over 100,000 civilians and the complete devastation of the city, and what is known as the Palawan Massacre, Ralph doesn't go into much detail about, but says images from his time there stay with him.
I felt a sense of pride, serving my country.
It wasn't until after the war that Ralph and Valora finally met.
I had a beer that I didn't want, and I gave it to him, and he thought, wow, this is a girl to date. She lets me drink her beer.
And they've been sharing drinks and sharing life together ever since.
We have 1 martini a day before dinner.
That keeps us alive.
Ralph and Valora say there is much the youth of today can learn from their generation.
Today, it's more of a me, and rather than what can we do for others. But I think they'll learn. I've got confidence in the young people today.
But they say the biggest lesson is that love can help ease the heartache of war.
We fell in love, and we're still in love.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in honoring 2 of our nation's finest, married 72 years, Ralph and Valora Hallgren. And still sweethearts, Valora just told me. Since our country's founding almost 250 years ago, more than 40 million Americans have served in the U.S. Armed Forces to protect our shared freedom. In just a moment, recruits from the Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy, and the Air Force will take their oath of enlistment and begin their service to our nation. The commanding officer of Recruiting Station Denver is U.S. Marine Corps Major Tyler B. Folan. Major Folan will administer the oath of enlistment.
future airmen, soldiers, sailors, and Marines. Come to the position of attention and raise your right hand. And repeat after me. I state your full name.
I, Colton Burns,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic.
foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith
I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I will obey the orders
I will obey the orders
of the President of the United States
of the President of the United States
and the orders of
and the orders of
the officers appointed over me,
the officers appointed over me,
according to
the
regulations
regulations
and uniform code
and uniform code
of military justice.
of military justice.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Major Folan. And thank you to all of our newly enlisted servicemen and women. Congratulations on beginning this new path in service to the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we also want to remember those who left the comforts of home and family to defend our freedoms and our way of life and never returned. We honor their courage and dedication, and we thank them for their sacrifice. We preserve their memory so we never forget. Please stand and join us in remembering our fallen heroes. The 21-gun salute today will be conducted by Combat Logistics Battalion 453. Taps will be played by longtime BOLDERBoulder musicians Bill Wilkinson and Dave McLaughlin. Now we'd like to honor another of our Colorado neighbors. Like many of his generation, and just like some of the cadets who moments ago took their oath of enlistment, Luther Berglund joined the military as a teenager. His service to the United States and to his faith spanned 4 decades, covering World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. Let's take a moment now to meet Luther Berglund.
Walking through the Broomfield Veterans Museum with Luther Berglund is like stepping into a history book with the author.
That's a Korea outfit there.
Drafted just a few months after high school graduation, this history
That's the old Ike jacket I was talking about.
is Luther's history.
Army was vacation for us guys that were raised on the farm.
A member of the Army's 547 Field Infantry Battalion, Luther served on the European front during World War II.
We finished up the war, took a lot of prisoners, and I had hundreds, or maybe thousands.
It was during combat, Luther made a life-defining decision.
Lord found me in a foxhole, I guess. I kind of came back to faith, and then I decided at that time I needed to do something with my life other than farming.
That something was to become a pastor, ultimately serving both God and his country as an Army chaplain during the Korean War.
I enjoyed conducting services in the field and being with the guys in the trenches, so to speak.
And it was in those trenches of Korea where the chaplain earned a Bronze Star, the military honor for heroic achievement.
It got to be kind of chaotic, and the South Korean troops were retreating through our ranks, and I got out and kind of directed traffic and got things going.
After Korea, Luther and his growing family moved to Boulder, where he continued to serve his country as a member of the Army Reserves. One night a week during the Vietnam War, Luther would travel to Fitzsimmons Army Hospital in Denver, where his job was to tell family members they had lost a loved one.
We were given an address and told that they had lost their child or husband, and that was very difficult.
You've had such a special role with bringing the Lord to so many people over the years. What do you think that's meant to them and to you?
Well, I hope a lot to them, but to me, we just sort of take it for granted that that's what we did, preaching and reaching out to people.
Luther Berglund spent 40 years serving his country during 3 different wars, and he says he wouldn't have it any other way.
I always liked the military very much because it just did a lot for me, and I hope I did a lot for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 40 years in the U.S. Army, Luther Berglund certainly has given a lot to our country. Please join me in showing our gratitude and appreciation to Erie resident Luther Berglund. Luther and I were joking that it wasn't that many years ago that we both had red hair, but not anymore. Oh well. Another oh well. Even though it's hardly windy at all here at Folsom Field, the winds at the Longmont Airport are too strong for our skydivers to come into the stadium today for safety reasons. So normally at this point, our skydivers will be jumping into the air to salute our U.S. Armed Forces, but unfortunately the Mile High skydiving team is unable to safely jump into Folsom Field today. We want to thank Gary Mancuso and his team from Longmont for their many years of supporting the Boulder. The nation owes a special thanks to the men and women who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in our country's defense. Thank all of you for paying tribute with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our ceremony for this year, but we all look forward to seeing everyone here again in 2023. We hope you've all had a wonderful, reflective day. Be safe.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife, I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand